What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Thursday, April 3rd, 2025, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, another injury at Texas football spring practice. We'll give you the latest there and discuss how that could impact the Longhorns' plans in the transfer portal when it opens back up here in a couple of weeks. We've got the latest with Texas basketball's search for a new roster. Some good news on the Sean Miller front. Chris Beard is staying at Ole Miss despite being flirted with by Texas A&M. He is sticking around Oxford. We'll talk about the impact that has on the SEC moving forward. We've got a little Major League Baseball. We've got some NFL mock draft to get into. We've got Kirby Smart complaining about NIL and another airport nudist. Yeah, that's right. This is becoming an epidemic around our country. We've got some fun stories planned as well. A lot to get into between now and 9 o'clock here on a Buck Off Thursday edition of Bucky and BK. Buck, on to you, my man. How are you today?
Doing pretty good, man. We got a little bit of rain, got a little drizzle yesterday. The real rain will start tomorrow or maybe later on tonight and then into Saturday. But it was a little tease yesterday. Got a little spittle on the windshield. That's about it. But nothing heavy. Some parts may have got a shower or two, but not a lot of it. The temperatures are going to start to – yeah, it was warm yesterday, man. Wow.
Yeah, it was.
That was humid. That was some humid stuff right there. We're still in spring, but it's going to start getting humid and hot over the next, with this little bit of rain. But then next week, BK, it's in the 70s. Well, it'll feel really like spring next week when we have some 70 degrees, some 60s, some lows in the 60s, but some 70s. But we're going to need that rain. I'm sorry about this weekend. Sorry about your plans. Sorry about baseball, but Friday and Saturday, especially Saturday.
We're going to need that rain.
Huh?
That's the most old man thing anybody says.
What?
We need the rain. That's when you know you're old. When you're young, it's like, this sucks. The rain is ruining stuff. It's canceling plans.
I got this weekend going on. I don't need any rain.
Yeah, like I'd rather go out and do stuff. I don't want to deal with this rain. It's annoying. But when you get older, you just start saying things like, we need the rain.
Yeah, because you don't go anywhere anyway.
Right. It's just something you're supposed to say.
Raining, sunny, you're inside. You're not doing anything any damn way. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you very much for what you do. It is appreciated. To you and your families, thank your families also for sharing you with all of us, and do be safe out there. One more day at the Hotel California.
There we go. You surviving by yourself?
Doing all right. Really am. I started the cleanup process of stuff out of the sink, cleaning up things and wiping down stuff. I'll clean my bathroom today, my part of the bathroom, my toilet area, to make sure everything is. And dude, I am going to be spraying and doing things that, there will be no doubt of if that bathroom is clean.
Well, you got to be careful. If you clean it too well, your wife's going to be skeptical that you hired help.
Yeah, I can't have that. I can't have her thinking that. The other one is, since she's gone, of course, her little dog, when he goes out and hangs outside for a while, and then he comes in, I got to do his little pause before he comes in the door. But he also sleeps up in the bed, on the bed, and it smells like dog in the room. And if she comes back and says, why does this room smell like that? I'm like, oh, you've been in a plush hotel. This is your stinky dog that smells. It's not me. She's going to blame it on me. She's going to say, hey, take a shower, you. I'm going to go, no, it's not me. It's that guy. It's that Zach dude right there. It's not me.
Why does the room smell like dog? Because you bought a dog that stays in the room. What do you mean?
Yeah, that's that. That's exactly. I can tell the difference now after being here almost 10 days with the dog. It smells like dog.
You got a candle or some incense or something you can burn?
I'll do something in there today.
Okay.
I'll fart or do something in there. I'll change the smell.
Was that better? Your fart smells better than that dog? Sounds like your
Yeah,
dog needs a bath or something if that's the
yeah.
case.
The one who I never bathed that dog. That's not that. I don't bathe dogs. My dogs live outside. They don't need that. They get it if you know, if the lawn system comes on, they'll get it that way if they get sprinkled or when it rains. They'll get theirs this weekend.
Oh, that's why you want the rain so bad. So you don't have to clean your dogs.
Hey, they're gonna be outside anyway. They get dirty. They lay outside, they're dogs.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's that time.
I'm
I'll
sorry to
get
hear
some.
that. Your vacation comes to an end. I know she's been the one on vacation, but you've really been the one on vacation with her gone. So sorry that your time is coming to a close here.
Yeah, it is. It's my me time is coming to an end, and then
You got
it'll
to put on
be
clothes now when you walk around the place. That's
oh,
not
it's
fun.
I got my little pajama bottoms on today.
Here you go.
I got my Sue Patrick gear on. Kiss me, I'm Irish. I got my gear on, my lower half, and it's nice, man. It's been nice running around here with the lights on, naked, running through the house.
Hmm,
Very nice.
that's terrifying for your animals rolling
Poor
around.
Zach. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, dude, put some clothes on, will you? It's bad enough you got to lay up here naked in the bed, and I'm over here in the. But when she's here, the dog gets under the covers with her.
Under the covers?
Yeah, oh yeah, my wife cuddles up with the dog.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that's why she bathes that dog like once a week. He has to get a bath. With me, I don't. He gets on the top. I have a separate cover on the top where he lays on the top. We don't have I don't have contact with the
No.
dog. No
No,
thanks.
nor should you. Like I understand the dog sleeping on the bed bit, but you can't have the dog under the covers. Like
No, and I don't
they're
put
too
socks on his
gross.
paws or any of that other stuff either. I don't do. I don't. So I don't get scratched. I don't do that. But
Mhm.
I stepped on a lizard this morning for the cats when I went out the sliding glass door. I took one step, and this thing kind of squished. But it was guts. It was, yeah. That's how I started my morning off. Oh my God. The cats had brought a lizard that they ate the tail off,
There we
but the
go.
rest of it was still alive. And I stepped on it. All this 151 pounds hit this thing, and I could feel the shit come out of it. You know what I
Mm.
mean?
Taking
Like
it out of its misery. It sounds like it was struggling. So you
it was
did it a
struggling. It
favor.
was at the end, but they put it right dead smack where I took my first step in the dark,
Mm.
which tells me cut the light on first from now on out there. Because there's no telling what they could bring. They could bring a damn baby rattlesnake and stick it up there, and I could take a step out there in the morning.
And you kill that thing. That's good, right?
But that thing bites me, and I die.
That thing bites you and you die. Yeah, especially if you're
That's
rolling
all right.
bare feet out there. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's a bad deal. I'm a barefoot guy. Sometimes, like in the garage when I go feed the dogs, I'll walk around with my bare feet.
Mm.
Because what's the difference between you've got a pair of socks on and your bare feet? If something bites you, it's going through the sock, right?
You would think.
Yeah, but that's how I think when I go to sleep at night, that I have to have the covers all the way around me just in case somebody stabs me.
All
Like the
right.
sheet
Yeah.
the sheet will protect me.
You're worried about the monster under the bed coming out and getting you?
No, I got my gun. My gun is out. I don't worry about any monsters. When I got my gun out, when it's already loaded and ready to go,
What do you mean you
and all
got
I
it out? Like your wife has her dog cuddled with her and you've got your gun cuddled with you, just holding
no,
on
it's
to
right
it?
beside me. I can get to it quick enough. If you come into the room, you'll go out of the room as quick as you come into the room.
Easy, Oscar Pistorius.
That's my deal, man. I don't if when my wife's in town, the firearm goes underneath the bed,
hmm.
but when she's not, the thing leans right there. There's a little lean that it has, and I've had my practice maneuver, to get to it if I have to.
Yeah.
I get to it pretty quick,
All right. That's
unless you're
good.
coming through the door, breaking down. If you break down the door and you don't stumble, you better have a good balance when you hit that door,
You
or you're
better
gonna
have good
stumble.
aim if you're shooting first.
Yeah.
I'll be ready to go. All right. Well, note to self: don't rob the buck.
No, man, it's all good. I'm pretty well protected. I have never been a firearm person. When I had kids, I never had that in the house. I wasn't a gun person, but I don't have any kids around. The grandkids come, all that stuff gets picked up and stored away from the house, period.
Yeah.
Because they seem to find ways to everything.
They find I saw some story and I thought it was too gross to spend too much time on it, but here we are spending some time on it. I saw a story about like a 2-year-old eating his dead grandfather's ashes. Like just not
No.
knowing what it was, stumbling upon a vase of cremation, and just eating it, and then the mom coming home and being like, "What the F?"
They find everything,
They
man.
find everything. It doesn't make sense. Even stuff that's like super high up that there's no way a little kid can reach, they will get it somehow.
They find your penthouses, they find your video, they find it all.
That stuff's good. You're teaching them things. If they're finding your Playboys, your penthouses, your old Sears magazines,
yeah.
that's good stuff right there. They need that knowledge. But
It's like when they laugh at you when they're like 8 or 9 years old and your son comes by and he's laughing at you, goes, "Is that your book?" I'm like, what book? "Oh, I found a book." Like, what are you doing? Why are you lifting up the mattress? Why are you in my top closet in a box and then it's at the bottom of the box? Why are you there? How did you get there?
Yeah.
How did you get there and I didn't know you got there? I mean, they're incredible.
The headline of that story, quote, "Mom mortified when toddler eats cremated grandfather's ashes. I'm still trying to process it," end quote. Which is hilarious because, she's so mortified that she videos the whole thing and uploads it to social media for clicks. So clearly she's having a tough time.
Yeah,
But
she's
hey,
struggling.
I'm always glad people post things on the internet because that gives us stuff to talk about. So I don't complain too much about that. But that's pretty terrifying right there.
Yes, it is.
All right. Little sports. We're having some fun. It's a buck on and buck off Thursday. Send us your buck ons and buck offs on the Coda text line 512-222-9328. Of course, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch live chat is rocking and rolling as well. Another spring practice, another spring injury for Texas football. This one sort of broke right before we were getting off the air yesterday, but we got a little more clarity on what happened with tight end Jordan Washington, the redshirt freshman who's expected to be, if not the number one tight end, the number two tight end for Texas football.
Mm-hmm.
He left practice early yesterday with a reported shoulder injury. Anwar Richardson of Orange Bloods had it first. He said that Washington landed awkwardly on his shoulder during practice, and that's how he sustained the injury. It sounds like he's getting an MRI on his shoulder. The initial thoughts, I haven't seen the results of the MRI, but the initial scuttlebutt from around the web is that it's nothing serious. It shouldn't require any surgery. It shouldn't be something that impacts Jordan Washington's ability to play when we get to the actual season. But again, it's spring football, and it feels like most teams always err on the side of caution. So Jordan Washington's spring might be done. And boy, Texas, we talked yesterday about how thin Texas is at wide receiver because of the Ryan Wingo injury that happened over the weekend. I mean, Texas is paper thin at tight end, and now you lose one of your top two guys. Again, this portal opens up in a couple of weeks. The Longhorns might be forced to spend a good chunk of change to try to get not only a receiver, but maybe a tight end too.
Oh yeah, it looks like they're going to need both. I mean, you got, you don't have any experience at tight end, and you've got just about the same when it comes to wide receivers. So it looks like you're going to need one of each, and maybe two of one of them.
Yeah,
two at wide receiver, one at tight end. It seems like you got enough numbers at tight end to try to make one, but it all depends on what this injury is. This is probably just a sprain, a shoulder sprain. You get those the way you hit the ground or a bruise, and you just don't want to make it worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, you don't want anything that goes from your spring. You only have a number of spring practices. You don't want any of that stuff that lingers to when it's time to play catchy catch in the summertime. You want your guys well and ready to do that stuff so that they're ready when they come back and they're at full go when camp comes. So you can't afford to have a guy with a sprained shoulder then hurt it again in spring and he doesn't heal up, and you got to go through summertime and it's time to practice and the guy's trying to heal during that. You got guys healed and ready to get ready for the season when that time comes.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. And look, maybe this is a good thing for Texas football. You never want injuries, right? You never want anybody to get hurt. But
no, you never wanted two guys to be missing from your running back room before the season started.
Well, that one's different. I mean, that's fall versus spring. That was not a good thing at all. You lose two guys who are expected to be your top four running backs, including your starting running back, weeks before the season starts. Well, you can't really do anything because the portal's closed and they don't have enough time to recover to get back for the real game. So better to happen now.
You go now and you don't get the right guy. You just bring in a couple sluggos, and that's no good.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, now you at least get to see what you have with the rest of your receivers. But I don't love the way that Steve Sarkisian has treated the wide receiver and tight end room this offseason. Like, part of me thinks that Texas was so uber focused on trying to win a national championship, and Sark and every coach that's in the college football playoff gets screwed by the calendar, right? The fact that you've got to prepare to try to go out and win playoff games to compete for a national championship while the portal is open. And every team that wasn't good enough to make it to the Elite Eight or Final Four of the playoff can basically spend all of their attention on the transfer portal and getting their NIL together and making sure they can go out and get who they need to get. Kind of felt like Texas just didn't have enough time and resources focused on the portal in the early window, which is why this portal class is so much worse than what it's been the last few years. And I don't understand. Like, is Arch Manning that good? Are you that confident in him that you could say, yeah, we can only have 2 receivers with any career catches coming back. We can have 0 career catches in our tight end room, and that's fine. Arch is good enough. He'll make everything work out. Like, I can't believe, and again, they could go out and get guys in a couple of weeks to make this conversation a total waste of time.
Yeah, but you think the focal point would have been that no matter what.
Yeah. I mean, considering what you got from AD, and AD Mitchell wasn't a late spring transfer. That was an early window transfer. And all 3 of the receivers you got last year with Golden and Bond and Bolden, those guys weren't post-spring transfers. Like, those guys hit the portal early, which is what most of the best players do because that's how they end up getting the most money. So, look, Texas can go out and find somebody. They could play the tampering game and go get somebody to enter the portal. But it just feels like it's been a very lackadaisical approach. Like, we don't need to get a lot of pass catchers. What we've got is good enough. And
yeah, that's what I thought in the beginning, that they think these young guys will come around, that they can coach them well enough that they're ready to go. They understand the system enough. But when injuries when you start to get some of these injuries and you don't have experience anyway, that's a double suck right there. I mean, that hurts. Especially when your focal point has been the receivers over the last 2 years, and look at where you've gone with those receivers, and look at how good they've been and the right decisions you made. You haven't made any decisions. Maybe it's just going to be late. Remember, once again, Sark is great in June, but that's the recruiting class stuff. That's not the portal stuff. So I just think you're probably going to need. It looks like you may need 1 of each, tight end, wide receiver, and maybe 2 wide receivers if things keep going the way they're going. Or if you get to the middle of the spring, in which they are, or towards the end, and say, you know what, our receivers aren't good enough to get us to where we're trying to get to, or like we were last year. What are we going to do? Now you're in a panic, I believe.
Well, and the portal opens in 13 days, so they won't be completely done with spring practice, but they'll be more than midway through.
Yeah.
So, they'll have a pretty clear look at what they've got in their room, and obviously we'll start to see guys enter the portal from around the country. And look, maybe there will be some big time wide receivers and tight ends who enter, but again, most guys generally go through the early window. So you don't want to just bring in sluggos, to use your word. And we've talked about this a lot. Like, Texas, for a while, they would just bring in bodies because they needed bodies, right? At the end of the Herman era and the start of the Steve Sarkisian era, it's just like, we don't have enough numbers, so we got to bring some guys in just to give us some depth just in case.
Yeah,
but you look at some of the dudes they brought in the last 2 or 3 years, these are impact type of players, and that's what you want. Like, you've got enough scholarship receivers, you've got enough scholarship tight ends, I think, even though
and generally we hear about it by now, BK. We hear that somebody's in their vision that they're really looking at. It may not happen, but with all the sites out there, generally you hear somebody give you an indication, oh, they're after this guy. He'll be out of here in the spring. He'll graduate. He'll be looking to come to Texas. We generally would hear about that, but we haven't heard anything. Maybe it's early, and they're still looking and seeing who's going to be leaving their other program. But it just was a focal point over the last 2 years, and it turned out that focal point was very important to the Longhorns offense, to the football team itself. There was leadership in those guys.
Yeah, that's why I can't.
There's production and leadership.
Excuse me, Buck. Yeah, that's why I can't figure it out, because it's not like, oh, you went to the portal well and it didn't work, so okay, we're not going to try it again. It's like, no, you got a receiver who was one of the best in the country 2 years ago, ended up being a second-round pick in Adonai Mitchell, and you got 3 receivers, but one of them is going to be a first-round pick here in a few
Right.
weeks in Matthew Golden. It's like, well, they tried. It's not like they didn't try, but like it felt like they were only linked to 2 or 3 receivers and 1 tight end. And those guys got paid by other schools, and Texas didn't really have a contingency plan early on. It's just like, all right, we'll run it with what we have right now. And that's just, again, in a couple of weeks, they might bring in a few players that makes this whole conversation a waste of breath. But to me,
Sure.
it's an unnecessary risk. Like you're trying to win a national championship with a first-year starter at quarterback. You should be giving him all the help that he can get. And it doesn't really feel like Texas has done everything that they could do to make Arch Manning's life easy. And I don't get that.
Yeah, as I said, I'm still going with they think they have some exceptional guys that have been waiting in line to get going, to get their opportunities, and they feel like, with Wingo and the toe dude that along with those young guys, they're going to be fine at wide receiver. So that's kind of scary because I always like to get yourself one veteran out of the portal somewhere just because of the fact that it's worked.
Right.
That it's worked for you. And tight end wise, I don't know, but there's a lot of production that you got to replace there. That's a lot of, the productivity they had last year is ridiculous. You just can't put anybody in that tight end position unless you're looking for a receiver to become the receiving guy that takes up those numbers. I don't see where you're going to get it from.
Yeah, and it's a little different conversation with the tight ends
It
because
is.
your last 2 great tight ends were high school recruits. But
Yes.
I mean, you've gotten some ridiculously good production from that position in these last 3 years. Gunnar Helm led the team in catches with
Yeah.
60 last season. He had almost 800 yards. He had 7 touchdowns. He was huge. And then Jatavion Sanders, the 2 prior years, had 45 catches or more in each of the 2 seasons, had more than 600 yards in 2022 and 2023. So, like, Jatavion Sanders was a 5-star. And Gunnar Helm, I know you weren't 100% sure what you were going to get from him, but that guy at least played a lot 2 years ago, so you kind of had a clear picture of
Yes, you
what
did.
he was going to be, or at least what he could be. And yeah, now none of the tight ends you have any career college catches. Plus, one of your top guys who needs the reps, a redshirt freshman who hasn't been around the program for that long, might have to miss the rest of the spring. So I don't know if you just want to hope your first game is in the horseshoe against the defending champs. Can you just say, like, we hope our guys are ready for the big time?
No, they're going to go get some people. They have to get a couple guys, and there'll be some available. But once again, how good are they? I know you believe in your coaches, and they've done a good job. But some of those guys, Adonai Mitchell that dude was already self-made. You didn't have to do. Chris Jackson didn't have to do very much with him. It wasn't like that guy needed to to learn a bunch of route running and everything else. That guy could catch. He had everything. And I got to say, Matthew Golden, too, he had all the experience. Not saying it didn't make them better, but they were pretty good when they came in the door.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we could
Matthew
see
Golden,
that.
2 years at Houston, put up some good numbers there.
Yeah.
I mean, Isaiah Bond, obviously at Alabama, put up good numbers. Silas Bolden was Oregon
Sure.
State's leading receiver his last year in Corvallis. So, yeah, like you kind of knew what those guys were. And, DeAndre Moore was very good last year. Ryan Wingo was very good last year, but both of those guys are out missing valuable reps. They don't have the pelts on the wall that a transfer receiver would have. And then again, everybody else is, freshmen and redshirt freshmen who have barely gotten on the field or haven't gotten on the field at all.
And you don't have the running backs that have the numbers when it comes to receiving. You just lost your guy who decided to go to the NFL, who's your receiving running back. So there's a lot you got to make up on this offense. And as you said, you got a young quarterback who you got to give him all the best you can give him. And it doesn't seem like they were focused in on that part of it. And as I said, once again, I'm saying they think they have something special in a couple of these other guys. But
sure,
we have, we're not going to see it.
Yeah, these guys aren't slapdicks. I mean, this is, 4 straight top 5 recruiting classes for Steve Sarkisian, and this year's class was number 1 in the country.
Right.
So we know there's some talent there, but again, it's just like at Ohio State, at Georgia, a full SEC slate. Are these guys ready? I don't think this is supposed to be a rebuilding year for Texas.
No, how many of them are ready?
Right.
That's the deal, because there's got to be more than one that's going to be ready. And in the receiving core, you're going to have at least 2 of them that are really ready to play. And plus now you got these guys with these weird little injuries, and who knows how they're going to come out of those injuries,
And one final thing, like Silas Bolden one of those transfer receivers. We talked about it a lot last year. Like, I think Silas Bolden should have played more.
Of
I think
course, there's plenty of spaces for spots for him to get some catches in.
Yeah, I think part of the reason why he didn't was because he wasn't here for the spring, right? He didn't transfer until the summer, and he missed all of spring ball, and I think that put him behind the 8 ball a little bit. So that's what Steve Sarkisian's going to have to amend his way of thinking, because whatever portal guys you bring in the next couple of weeks are going to have missed spring ball, so they don't have the advantage of learning the offense and building that chemistry with Arch Manning and the rest of the team in the spring. They got to figure it out in the summer, and obviously when you get to fall camp, and that just shortens the timeline, and it seemingly shrinkens, if that's a word, your margin for error there.
Yeah, I mean, once they find out and they target the guys they want and they get on campus, boy, they're going to have to do a lot of extra work. They're going to have to do summertime work. They're going to have to do the fall camp is going to be spent on getting your quarterback in line with your wide receivers. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, they've had it pretty easy the last 2 years. They've done a fantastic job on targeting the right guys, and they get them, and they're here, and they're good players. They're not just players. They're really good players that have come here. And you would think that they would try the same recipe, but like you said, it doesn't look like they have. So they either believe an awful lot in their coaching, or they think they've got some good players.
There are 3 scholarship tight ends that are healthy right now. You've got Spencer Shannon, who is entering his 3rd year with the program, 6'7", 240. You've got Will Randall, who is actually a high school teammate of Arch Manning's at Isidore Newman in Louisiana. And you've got early enrollee freshman Amari Winston. That's it. I mean, this tight end room is not deep right now.
No.
And I like Jeff Banks.
There's a lot of production came out of that room from the one guy last year.
Yeah, well, shoot. I mean, Juan Davis and Amari Niblack got you some production, and those guys are also gone too. So, yeah, Jeff Banks. This tight end room almost looks like Bo Davis's defensive tackle room when he left. It's like, you just stop recruiting. Like, what happened? Why are there not enough good tight ends here? Why are we in this situation? I don't know. We'll see.
They'll end up shutting the guy down with his shoulder.
Yeah, I think he's probably done. Spencer Shannon, to me, is like the only realistic guy who's going to get playing time who is now healthy for the remainder of the spring. Like, I don't think Will Randall's going to play that much at Texas. And Amari Winston, again, is a true freshman early enrollee. So, and he's not a 5-star. I don't think he's a guy that should be expected to do a whole lot when we get to the fall. So I don't know if they move somebody else around just to get another camp body for the remainder of the spring, or if it's just or if it's just like Spencer Shannon, you're going to get every single number 1 rep that we have. And this is your chance to prove to us that, hey, we're okay at tight end and we don't need to seriously address this position in the portal. But yeah, just, I don't like it right now. Subject to change with new information, but it's just, it doesn't feel like you should be doing that to a new quarterback or any quarterback. I'd be saying the same thing if Quinn was coming back for one more season. It's like, why don't you try to get your QB more help? But especially with a first-time starter. Maybe Arch is so good, you and I could be playing receiver and tight end, and it'd be perfectly fine. Who knows?
Oh, I think they think that the room is good enough that they and even some of the guys that are coming in, they're going to get them prepared a little bit, Well, they're already here. The ones that are coming, I forgot that they're here.
Yeah, I think 22 of the 25. I know 22 of the 25 signees are already here.
Yeah, I mean, so they're getting to see what they have. They must feel pretty good about them.
They have to. Arch is going to throw to himself. There you go.
Wow.
Like you did in the backyard. You just chunk it up as high as you can and run down to
see if underneath it and catch it.
See if you could get it in time. Classic bit. All right.
Yeah, it's just been so successful. It's just hard to believe you don't go and do the same exact thing. Yeah, I would have thought this by this time, BK, we would have been talking about the one they got from somewhere else and how good he's playing in the spring. And they're not pleasantly surprised. They just know that we got a good one. Maybe there are not a lot of them out there. There's somebody out there. There's 1 or 2 out there.
Yeah, I remember them. I remember them being like clearly linked to 2 receivers and 1 tight end. Eric Singleton, the Georgia Tech transfer, ended up at Auburn. He's a receiver. You had Zachariah Branch, the USC wide receiver. He ended up at Georgia. And the tight end, Max Clare from Purdue. Remember, Texas brought in Purdue
Right.
defensive tackle Cole Brevard, so they almost doubled up on that Boilermaker well. That guy ended up at Ohio State. So not only did he not come here, but Texas will have to see him on August 30th. That guy was a stud, second team All Big Ten at tight end a season ago for like the worst team in the conference. So they tried on a couple of guys, but not as much as they have in the past. We will see what happens. Clay asked about Micah Hudson, who's back in the transfer portal again. I doubt it because Texas had the chance to bring in Micah Hudson a couple of months ago, and they chose not to. So that's another unproven guy. I think you send the wrong message to your young players if you go bring in another young, unproven player.
No, you got to bring in an experienced player now.
Yeah, I don't think Micah Hudson could help too much in the short term. And again, I think that impacts your recruiting because you'll have your current young guys on campus being like, well, why did I come here if they were just going to bring in some other young guy from the portal and not give me a chance? Like, I'm not getting a chance. That guy from another school is getting a chance. That guy hasn't done anything. Why is he getting the shot and I'm not? So I don't think Micah Hudson will be an option here, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens.
Wow.
All right, before we get to we got some fun stories today. We can't just save all of these for the 8 o'clock hour. We've got a couple of fun videos to get into for the people.
Yeah. We have
Also,
airline. You said we have another airline?
Got another airline story, and I am flying this afternoon. So
Wow.
I'm hoping I see what we're about to see in this video.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to see a little craziness today at Bergstrom. Nothing fun ever happens to me at the airport. All right. It's just wait a long ass time in the TSA pre-check line. Sometimes I'm not sure what I'm paying for that. And then just, sit down and wait for the flight. And then sometimes it gets delayed. I get to watch the bag apes throw everybody's bag around outside the window.
That's always fun. That's always a good thing.
It's normal stuff, though. It's stuff that happens every time anybody goes to the airport. I'm trying to see something wild.
Well, I've never seen the one that you've seen where you saw the lady throw it off the bagboard, throw somebody's bag off the bagboard to get onto the conveyor belt, just turn around and fling it and bang, and there it goes. That's a good one. I've never seen that live and in person. I see him toss it back, but I never saw a bank shot. That's pretty good stuff.
Oh, my God. I mean, it would take them like not even a half second more to just take one more step and just gently place the bag on the conveyor belt.
What about the wheels? What about the little wheels?
Instead, I mean, I got broads doing crossovers yelling Kobe as they shoot my luggage onto the belt. What are we doing here? Just put it down.
Yeah, you don't have to toss it.
You know what? I'll do it for you. Let me come across there. I will place it.
You know what? They need to do more of that. Can I walk across here and just place my bag on the belt? You look like you could hurt yourself, lady. Let me do this for you.
Yeah, if it's too heavy for you to gently place on here, apparently it's too much of a burden for you to do your job. Let me do it for you.
Yeah, there you go.
Happy
That's
to
the
help.
kind of attitude we need from our people right there.
Yes, it is. So we'll get to that first video here in a moment. But first, how about some sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, relax the back. How about relax the back? Heal and recover, work smarter, sleep reimagined, and live pain-free like the Bucket. Relax the back. They've got two wonderful locations at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center. Relax the back is the best. In my relax the back chair right now, feeling good. I've had that back pain I told you about for the last 2 weeks. Way to go, Mr. Mulch Bag. Still think you can fling those mulch bags? Well, no, you can't, little man. Those mulch bags are not for you. They're for somebody younger. And thanks to this chair, I'm surviving the day. And Relax the Back can help you survive too. Or anybody you know that has back pain, shoulder pain, hip pain, lumbar area pain, call on Relax the Back. They are awaiting you, as I said, with those two great locations. Feel pain-free like the Buck and live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Also, some love to our friends at centextickets.com. Huge baseball series coming up this weekend. If you want to be at the Dish for a top 5 matchup between the Longhorns and the Georgia Bulldogs, head over to centextickets.com and get your seats. They've got tickets available for all 3 of these games. And it's not just Texas baseball. It's Texas softball. They've got Rangers and Astros tickets. They've got concert tickets, comedy show, Broadway show. You see what I'm doing here? Any live event coming to Central Texas or coming anywhere in the state of Texas, you can get tickets online at sendtexttickets.com. Make sure you use the promo code SendText10. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase. That's right, SendText10. Just type that in at checkout, 10% off any ticket purchase. So if you want to see Andrea Bocelli when he comes to town, or if you maybe want to go up to Dallas for some Dallas Stars playoff games here in a couple of weeks, whatever you got, they've got you covered at sendtexttickets.com.
All right. So I had, there's only been one episode at my house since my wife has left. You know how I told you that I went from like a 32 waist to a 30, like since I was like in 8th grade?
Yeah.
Well, I was having trouble with my little unbuckler thing there, but my deal. I think God lets you know when you get old. God will let you know when you get old, and that's when a man can't get his belt on. Can't get through all the loops. That means you've either gotten too big, or you're too tiny or you're too old that you can't get all the loops. Because I lose my mind if I miss a loop on my belt. No matter where I am, I will take the whole belt off and start all over again. I can't do that. I can't like play around the golf. If I miss a loop, I feel back there and I've missed something. And I don't care if my shirt's out. I'll go redo my whole belt. It's just a weird thing like that. So BK, I got so skinny that I'm trying to get my zipper down going that way. And I pulled my pants down without even having to open up the zipper hole. And I tried to pee and I peed in my pants. It was so weird. It was the weirdest thing because I'm so used to the little trap door that we have. Men have trap door. And so we can almost like lean it on the trap door there and pee if we want to. We can go hands free if we really wanted to.
Sure.
When you're older and you're experienced at that, you can do that. But I did that I dropped for some odd reason, there was something awkward about my pants down to my knees. And so I'm peeing and I'm maneuvering around and somehow the angle got weird. I start peeing right in my pants. I'm like, whoa. And sometimes at this age, it's hard to stop the flow.
Your pants were down.
They were like, I guess they were maybe to my knees or something. They didn't get all the way down. But for some reason, the angle got weird. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm peeing. You just peed all over your pants. What's wrong with you, Grandpa?
You didn't like traditionally pee your pants. You just were aiming at your pants instead of at the toilet?
Yeah, it actually, something got happened where the pant, like I said, I'm used to the chute. I've been used to the little chute that we have there, our little zipper and all that stuff.
Right.
Yeah, but I generally don't drop my drawers. It's not like back in the day when I was at the radio station and the one guy used to come in. I think he's passed away, Tom Allen, big old dude. And he'd be at the urinal, but he was round-shouldered guy. And obviously he had a hard time getting it through the little cave that we have there, the zipper cave. So he'd drop his trowel and you come in there and the dude his butt would be there at the urinal. And
no way.
Yes.
A grown man?
Grown man. But he was round-shouldered and round everything kind of. And that's how he
does that have to do with it? Is that a thing? Like you can't pull down your pants a little bit and just hold them up with your other hand while you're taking a leak?
I don't know what it was.
Once you got past the age of like 8, you knew how to do that.
Dude, I'd walk in here on occasions and there his cheeks would be when I come. And I didn't have any conversations with him. I'd just as well go outside around the corner than to stand beside him with his pants all the way down to his ankles.
Dude, that's like an HR violation. You can't just have your bare ass out at the office. What are we doing here?
Oh, there'll be you'll hear from, there'll be tons. You can ask a lot of people about Tom. He was a really good, he played country music. He was a good dude.
There's nothing you could say. There's nothing positive you could say about this Tom guy that's going to make me think he was the
great Tom Allen. Everybody knows about.
That guy made you stare at his ass every time you went to the bathroom. You got a full moon in the middle of the day.
During the course of years at Clear Channel, I probably got 4 of those because if I'd open up the door and I'd see the pants down, I knew who it was. I would go back and I'd be standing in a corner holding my wee like I can wait, but I can't see that. I just couldn't do it.
Multiple grown men do this?
No, just the one guy, but I see it multiple times, and then I just couldn't take it. I couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, that's almost as bad as sitting down to pee as a dude.
That would be worse if you went to the urinal and there's a guy with his pants at the floor and his butt cheeks there. And him
What'd you say? Here, let me help you pick this up, and you get way down there.
Oh Oh
Okay.
my goodness.
So let's go back to you here for a second. So
Yeah, it
I'm
was just
trying
a
to
weird.
visualize this. You pulled your pants down far enough to where you shouldn't have hit them, but you
Yeah,
didn't move your Johnson to make the toilet. You just had it pointing straight down into your
it must
legs.
have. It must have. Like I said, when we open up the zipper as kids, we can rest it down there if we want to, and have it pointed at the toilet, and we're okay.
The Bluetooth, sure.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can do that. We can pull down and do that kind of deal. But for some odd reason, when my pants went down, I guess everything went. I get the low T, so everything went like this, straight down. And so I'm peeing on myself, and I'm talking to myself like, dude, what are you doing? You're peeing on yourself. Am
Oh
I going to
my.
have to start sitting? No, I'm going to get back to my 32 waist. That's what I'm going to
So
do.
what'd you do? You had to change your pants and then
Oh, I had to
you have to
change my
clean the
pants.
floor?
Yeah, I had to change my pants, my underwear. I mean, I was able to stop it. I'm still of the age that I can stop the flow, you know?
Your wife leaves town for 2 weeks and you forget how to take a leak.
Dude, one time, come on now.
That's incredible. Wow, and you're obviously sober. You can't blame alcohol on this one.
No, no.
I've seen plenty of drunks piss themselves over the years, but you
Hey,
don't see
just don't get off your routine, people. As you get
no,
older, keep the routine. Don't try anything different.
whatever works. Goodness
That
gracious.
didn't work. I'm like, man, my pants are all wet. What's going on here?
A text on the Coda text line from a 915 number says, "You're just thinking about Louisiana and trying to be like
Maybe.
them."
Yeah, but they don't pee on themselves. They just pee on the floor straight up. At least
Yeah,
I got
that's
my own
true.
pants.
At least you got your own pants, I guess. You'd rather pee on the floor because that's an easier clean and less of a hassle than
No,
pissing your pants.
I got a rug. I've got a little rug that I have before my diaper. No, I'm not doing diapers. I don't need those. I'm not there yet.
Get you a catheter or something, man.
That was horrifying.
That's tough. That's a
Sorry,
tough
I
scene.
told you about old Tom Allen. He was a good man.
Yeah, I don't know if you could be a good man if you're doing that. Again, that's like learn how to pee like an adult, dude.
He's round shouldered. He was having probably a time finding things.
Did he not reach his
I don't
like
know. All I
ants
just know is that those cheeks are like two big full moons looking at you when you walked in.
hopefully he was wearing Mike Elko shirts to where it was covering everything, right?
Not
Yeah,
always.
sometimes with the biggins, you get a little worried that they're like wearing shirts that show the very bottom of their belly. It's like they
Oh,
just haven't shopped recently enough after they've added their last few pounds.
after
And
they've
then
added their last 62 pounds.
yeah, then you get a full show right there.
No, I'm not body shaming him. That's just the way it was. That's a hard life right there.
You said he's dead?
I think so. I think he's passed away.
I'll body shame him then for
Okay.
that.
He can't hear you.
He can't hear me, and I don't feel too
Oh,
bad on that
sorry
one.
about that, Tom. Nice guy.
Goodness.
Wonderful guy, too.
Good. I'm sure he was. I'm
Oh,
sure he
see.
was. All right. Well,
That's the only incident I've had.
that's the only time you pissed yourself in the last 2 weeks?
No, dude, that's the only incident, period, that I've had while she's
Okay.
been away. Somebody said, "Why do you feel safer with your wife in town?" No, I don't. But
Having that extra body next to you?
no,
You
dude, my
always
wife.
talk about being worried that your wife is gonna kill you in the middle of the
Well,
night, so I
well,
don't
once again, they don't understand. My wife packs too.
yeah, because
Uh, her,
she's
s-
traveling?
yeah, her side has ammunition and things by her side too. It's not just me.
Mm, Jason
We don't
says
we don't want anybody sneaking up on us while we try to get our rest.
yeah.
Somebody's going. That's why I
Some
always said if something ever happened to me and you heard it was an accident, it wasn't no accident.
it was a planned attack.
There was a planned attack.
Coordinated, planned
Oh yeah,
attack.
well planned. Oh, I thought someone came into the room. That's what I always hear in these things. Oh, I didn't see who it was. Well, yeah, it's dark, but who else is in the house but me?
Yeah, it's the guy who lives in this house who comes into the room
Yes.
every night. What do you mean? You didn't know who came into the room? It was me.
Yeah, the guys who sneezes and snores and all that stuff. You don't know who it is? Yeah,
Mm,
it's that same guy that you just shot 15 times in the head.
that's the guy who pees himself, all right?
Yeah,
Like,
that's right.
that's the guy who just showed up.
Well, I
Well,
hope
let's
you had
get
some fun this week. I hope you had some good things happen. Well,
yeah.
what you think is a good thing at the airport.
Well, we've got another airport story here.
God.
Remember, I think last week we showed the video, and we've got it again here. We won't show the full thing, but just a refresher course for those of you tuned in on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch this morning. The naked woman waltzing around DFW Airport Terminal D, and she's dancing, she's flinging water bottles around, she's throwing her cell phone, she's breaking the monitors at the airport. I mean, just causing a total scene. And needless to say, this video went viral, and that's why we talked about it last week. And Buck, I said it was the first time I'd ever seen anything quite like this, where someone was just completely nude walking around an airport and just like yelling at people. So you had that
Amazing.
in Dallas. We've got a Florida woman story.
Of course we do.
Today. Yeah, it's been too long since we've had a Florida man or a Florida woman make an appearance on this program. But on Monday, a woman leaving the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport in the state of Florida. This one's not as long and this one's not as aesthetically pleasing. Thankfully, it is a little bit more censored. But we're at a Spirit Airlines terminal in the Hollywood Fort Lauderdale Airport. Is this playing right now? My computer.
Yeah, it
There we
is.
go. Are you seeing this? Okay. I don't know why that was freezing on my end, so I'm not sure what was happening on everybody else's
The police
end here.
officer asked her to put her shirt on. She put her shirt on. I mean, it was a little late after that, though.
Yeah, I don't like. She's like yelling. She's getting mad at something. She's like facing a bunch of people who are just sitting at Spirit Airlines flight, which God bless you if you're ever in that situation. But she's like getting mad, so she starts taking off her clothes. And then, like you said, at the end, a cop shows up and is like, "You're gonna have to."
She's got some XL undies on. I tell you that right now. Maybe even double X.
Yeah, she is rocking the granny panties for sure. I mean, she at least has those on, and she at least has some of herself covered. But she's fully topless. The pants are off. The socks, the shoes are off. And she's just like yelling at people.
Dude, you expect the meds to kick in like once you land at a place. Sometimes the meds kick in before you leave, and now you're screwed up. Now your whole day is all screwed up. You start getting naked. That's a Florida deal right there for sure. Spirit Airline. I don't know if I don't know. I can't
Spirit
elbow
Airlines
her.
in Florida.
What are they saying? What are the spokespeople saying about her? I mean, I've got to go with the.
I'm trying to get the internet working again. Deputy.
Go ahead.
No, you keep talking. I got to get my internet figured out. You say what you're going to say, and I'll get this lag taken care of.
Yeah, I got to figure out that they didn't let her aboard, even though she ended up putting her clothes on. There's no chance she's going to get a chance to board that plane, because one officer comes, there are going to be a couple others that they've already made the phone calls to, and she's not going to get a chance to get back to wherever she's going or her final destination. She's at her final destination right now. You know, she's going to be there, and then she's going to jail. It's not a strip club. It's an airport.
It is. Yeah, this is around 10:06 a.m. this Monday. This unnamed woman shouted repeatedly as she took off her pants and her shirts at gate G12 at the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood Airport. Video footage was taken by a bystander, and you've got just like looking at the other people, they're just confused and disturbed. Like, what in the hell is this woman doing here? And yeah, I mean, I don't understand. A spokesperson said deputies responded to a call regarding a disoriented female near Terminal 4 inside of the airport. And after this incident, she was taken to receive medical treatment and was not arrested, according to investigators.
Just tell people you're on meds. You need your meds. You got to have them.
It's the same comment I have this week as I did last week. If a man is doing that, he's going to jail, right?
Yes.
Like, I get that this woman's bottoms weren't off. Like, if a guy was just shirtless walking around the airport, he's probably not going to jail. But, like, different body types and different senses of nudity. But if a guy is walking around nude at the airport, he's not just, oh,
Well,
we'll
if a
we'll
guy's
take you
walking
in
around in
for a
his
second.
underwear, if he has his underwear like that, he's probably going to go to jail.
Think so?
But yeah. Plus, that cop's probably going to tackle him. He's not going to. They're going to offer him a shirt, but they're going to cuff that dude, and he's going off to the races. If he's in his boxer shorts acting like that, he's gone.
Mm.
And I'm fine. I don't. That woman didn't need to be thrown down. She was. They asked her to put her shirt on. She put her. The guy handed her a shirt. She put it on, and then I don't know what they did. Did she go quietly or whatever? But she can't get on the plane. She got to go to jail. She can't now board the plane. She can't be a nut on the ground and a nut in the air. I can't take that chance. Remember, BK, we have a destination to get to.
Right. So don't let her on the plane so nothing bad happens on board the aircraft.
No, hell no, she can't get on the plane. She just took her clothes off in the boarding area, and then she can't be in seat D2 right beside me. There's no chance.
I've never had the feeling to where I've wanted or felt the need to strip down in public like that.
Crack is a terrible drug. You know that?
Oh, you're calling her a crackhead.
Well, whatever it is, it might as well be crack. It's not working properly.
She showed you her crack or very close to it. Yeah, I don't know how this thought, and look, disoriented, maybe having a mental breakdown, maybe on some bad medicine. Like
that's
there are
always the
things
one we use, mental breakdown. That's the one. Just say we have another one who's having a mental breakdown.
Right.
Some people are just, it's not breakdown. They're just crazy. Some people are actually crazy.
And not to make light of mental health issues,
Right.
but it almost feels like you can use that as an excuse to get away with anything nowadays. I mean,
Some
people have murdered people and claimed mental health and gotten away with it. So if you just strip down nude at the airport and give everybody a little show that they don't really want to see, then I was having a breakdown. Nothing can happen to you.
It wasn't that 27 years ago I was born and I was crazy the day I was born, and I've stayed this way since I decided to take my clothes off at the airport. But I've been crazy from day one. Some people can just be crazy. I don't know where she fits in. She seemed enough that she would take a shirt from somebody and put it on. She wasn't running around the airport trying to hump on people, so she wasn't totally out there.
Yeah, this one wasn't nearly as bad as the last one we showed. But look, I am hoping.
Well, good luck to you. I hope you get to see some of that kind of thing.
Thank you. That's what I was going to say. I'm hoping to see some nudity today. I don't ever see any breast when I go to the airport, right? Everyone's just fully clothed and just doing their thing. I don't ever get to see stuff like this. So maybe today's my day.
Have some fun.
Yeah, we've had 2 stories in like the last 7 shows. Like maybe it's a trend that's happening right now, and maybe I'm going to get caught up in it. I hope I am. I hope the next viral airport video that we show on this program is filmed by me. That's what I want.
Yeah, you with an Altstadt beer in your hand.
Are you sneaking beer through TSA?
Why not?
I'd go viral for that. That'd be good for the brand.
These people are getting naked. What is wrong with these folks?
Yeah. I'm not going to get naked if that's what you're hoping for. It's not going to be me doing it. I just hope I'm around somebody who does it,
I hope you get your Tom Allen in the bathroom at the airport. I hope you get it all on one trip so that you decide I'm never flying again.
See, this is what I want because I'm going to go tackle this one.
You're going to help the cops out?
I'm trying to get a little. I'm ripping off the shirt and I'm just tackling this one, a little skin to skin
this brother
contact.
Right here is pretending he doesn't want anything to do with it, but he keeps going around and getting these different angles of this lady. He'll appear again. It's not like he just totally look. Oh, I'm back again. Let me get a better angle here.
Let's see.
Yeah. That dude is not like disappearing. I'd be at a different part of the airport by now.
I can't anything like that happen to me at the airport.
Good Lord.
Come on, I travel enough to where I should get one of these types of things,
No, you need to get the condom lady. That's what you need to have.
I'll take that too. I want someone calling me a bum and telling me they're Instagram famous. That'd be great.
You want that kind of action? No, it delays the flight, BK. We can't delay flights.
Well, if it's at the airport, it won't delay the flight, right? I guess Condom Lady was on the plane, so that probably delayed it. But this one's at the airport terminal before the people boarded the plane, so everything should go off without a hitch.
Yeah, she just can't be aboard. That's all.
All right. I just want to see some skin today at the airport. All right. Is that too much to ask?
No.
Yeah, with the stories we've had on the show, it shouldn't be. That's it.
Plus you're flying Delta. Anything goes there.
I'm flying Delta, so say a prayer for me right there.
I am saying a prayer for you. Have a straight, safe, and successful trip. Do not get involved. You may think this is fun. Don't get involved with these people that have these issues.
I just won't get involved with any people then.
No, you don't want that lady taking off her underwear and smothering you with her drawers. That's for sure.
Now that is a bit right there.
That would be an awful bit.
How's that for a story? Me getting filmed having that happen and going viral. That's good for TSU.
I want that.
That's great for TSU, isn't it?
I want that desperately. I'd like to see that happen.
Get us a number of new subscribers and listeners. That's what we're looking for.
Great.
All right. We'll take your thoughts. 512-222-9328. Another airport nudity video. When will the madness stop? Hopefully the answer to that is never.
Tell me this. When is the madness going to stop with the Dodgers? When are they going to lose? Are they going 162?
Man, yeah, the Dodgers walked off the Braves last night to improve to 8-0 on the season. Shohei Ohtani with the walk-off. I mean, they're really good. They are as advertised. They might be even better than advertised, which is scary for the rest of the league. I'm never a cancel the rest of the season and give them a championship type of guy. But the Dodgers are looking every bit the World Series favorite that they were going into the year. We'll talk a little Major League Baseball in a second. But first, Buck, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Say to our friends over at 34 Wine and Spirits, I said that's where you get all your Altstadt beer for sure. But they are a wholesale distributor. If you're having a big party this weekend or at any time at your office or your place of business or your neighborhood, call on them and they'll deliver the alcohol to you. They do that in Travis County. But if you have an opportunity to go by 4601 Southwest Parkway, that's where the store is. And you can pick up all your wine and spirits right there. And as I said, nothing like it because they've got Altstadt beer and they've got every one of the flavors of Altstadt beer right there just for you at 4601 Southwest Parkway. That is 34 Wine and Spirits.
Yes, indeed. If you haven't tried Altstadt beer yet, you are missing out. It is the best beer that you can find all throughout the great state of Texas, wherever you're tuned in. Here in Austin, if you're in San Antonio, if you're in Dallas, Fort Worth, if you're in H-Town, doesn't matter. You can find Altstadt beer at your local liquor and grocery stores. This is award-winning stuff. It's not just me telling you about the greatness of Altstadt beer. The U.S. Open Beer Championship, the Great American Beer Festival. Altstadt has taken home numerous medals over the years, including some gold medals for some of their brews. If you haven't tried their lager yet, it's the classic. It's a German-style lager. It's my favorite beer to drink in the world. I've got a mini fridge stocked with just the Altstadt lager at all times because I can't go too long without it. Get you some the next time you're at the store. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers you have been drinking in the past. It is Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
So our friends at Woods Comfort Systems, for close to 70 years, they've been in service. And air conditioner just cranked on just now, BK. Must be a little warm in the house. So the air conditioning system working just fine. And once again, next week, it's going to get a little bit cooler. And folks, if it gets to the point where you need your heater to crank back up, you want to make sure that everything's running properly. And with Woods Comfort System, it will. Their engineers are fabulous. They'll get out there and their technicians will get to you in time if you need it. But hopefully, if you got your system from Woods Comfort Systems, you won't need them. You won't need a technician to come out. It's just in case. And you want everything working properly, well, your air conditioning system will, your heating system will. And if you've got problems with your plumbing, call on Woods Comfort Systems for plumbing also. They are the very best at what they do. Love them.
Indeed. They've been doing it for a long time as well. WoodsComfortSystems.com is their website for more information. Check them out there, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. You know what I had for lunch yesterday, Buck?
I bet you had Hat Creek.
Oh, good bet.
Bet you had a Hat Creek burger.
It's exactly what I had.
With their million locations in our Austin and surrounding areas, 25 locations throughout the state of Texas. They are everywhere. They're They're in the Metroplex, obviously. They're in Houston. They're all over the Austin area, and they've got the best burger. I did not get a chance to get my little hat yesterday. Today is my day before my wife comes into town, but I can't wait to have a bite of that little hat. But I did say I'm going double cheese, double meat. I should go double meat, right?
Yeah, you got to go with the big hat. Do it big.
I'm going to go big hat, but they've got it all at Hat Creek Burgers. They've got the playground. Make it a family meal, family gathering at Hat Creek. Let me tell you, the burgers are tasty, and the shakes are delicious. They've got the, my favorite, of course, is the strawberry shake, but they've had the banana pudding shake. That's awesome, too. So enjoy a great meal at Hat Creek Burger. They've been around a while now.
Yeah.
They have. Yeah. They've been in this area for quite a while now, and they're doing a fantastic job as they relocate throughout the state of Texas. But if you got one locally, enjoy a nice meal. Enjoy a beer while you're there for mom and dad while the kids are at the playground. And Buck, no, you can't go. I can't get on the playground stuff.
No. I hit the drive-through. I don't want to get accused of anything, so I just drove through and got my Bacon Royale, double cheeseburger with some bacon and that world-famous hat sauce. Got me a side of fries as well with their fry sauce, which is fantastic. Didn't go shake this time. It was lunch, trying to keep it a little light. I wanted to do something in the afternoon.
There you go.
Didn't go shake this time, but a fantastic burger, fantastic fries. Always a good meal at Hat Creek Burger Company.
Very nice.
All right. Little baseball. Yeah, the Dodgers just keep winning, man. They were down 5-0 to the Atlanta Braves last night, and they came all the way back. They scored 2 in the bottom of the 8th to tie the game at 5, and then Shohei Ohtani in the bottom of the 9th walks it off to improve the Dodgers to 8-0. And the Braves are now 0-7. The Braves had like the 5th best odds to win the World Series this year, and they haven't won a game. They're the lone remaining winless team in baseball, and it looked like they were going to slay the dragon that is the Los Angeles Dodgers, but they choked it away. And
now they're 0-for.
Yeah, they're 0-7 now on the year. And the Dodgers a perfect 8-0. And boy, that division, the National League West, is looking incredible right now. The Padres are 7-0. They're 2 unbeaten teams left in Major League Baseball. They're both in the same division. LA is 8-0. San Diego is 7-0. And then the San Francisco Giants are in 3rd place at 5-1. They just swept the Astros in Houston. And then Arizona's in 4th place. We know how good they are. They were in the World Series 2 years ago before losing to the Rangers. They're 4-2. The 4th place team in the NL West is 4-2.
Wow.
It's incredible. So, yeah, the 1st place team in the American League Central is 2-4. Actually, all 5 teams in the AL Central are 2-4 right now. And the 4th place team and the NL West is sitting 2 games over 500 early in the season. So, yeah, you're going to get a lot of playoff teams out of the NL West. And
big weekend this weekend for the Dodgers versus the Phillies in Philly. I think it's in Philadelphia, too.
It is, yeah. Yeah, the Dodgers have the day off today. They start a 3-game series at the bank tomorrow.
Yeah, Nola will stop that. They may not get him on Friday, but Nola, I think, pitches on Saturday.
There you go. All right, you're putting in the call that game 2 of that series will be the first Dodgers L of the year.
Yep.
It's insane. Yeah, the Dodgers.
By the way, I'm putting 5,000 units on that play.
Okay.
There's one for the weekend for you and a little Major League Baseball. Yeah. Give it 5,000 unit that Nola will stop the Dodgers on Saturday.
So what does that mean? Does that mean the Dodgers have to win the first game tomorrow for your play to be? Or do you lose 5,000 units if the Dodgers lose tomorrow?
No. I don't lose. I lose. This is for Saturday's game period.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what happens tomorrow. It's just you are betting 5,000 units on the Phillies beating the Dodgers on Saturday.
Yeah, I think the Dodgers will win game 1, but I don't think they'll win on Saturday against Nola.
All right, Pete Rose. That's your first, I think, ever baseball bet on this show. Look at you paying homage to the dead guy. He's dead, right? Pete Rose died. He did die?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, just making sure. I'm not Chad Hastings, Pete Rose here. I think died a few months ago.
Give me Nola.
Okay, all right. We'll get you 5,000 units on the Philadelphia Phillies. We'll also get your Gold Star locks on the Final Four games tomorrow as well, both in the men and the women. We'll see if you have any plays for the ladies. The Final Four gets going tomorrow on the women's side. But while we're on baseball, about those Texas Rangers, man. 5-2
they?
on the year.
5-2?
They haven't. Their offense has been terrible. They're averaging 2.5 runs per game. They got outscored in their 3-game series in Cincinnati 14-5, and they won 2 out of 3 games. They won 1-0 on Tuesday. They won 1-0 yesterday.
Yeah, that tells me their pitching's pretty solid then.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan Eovaldi, we've known how good he's been for years. He was a huge part of the Rangers World Series team a couple of years ago. But Jack Leiter, former number 2 pick of the draft, former Vanderbilt product, he's looked great in his 2 starts. 5 scoreless innings yesterday. He left the game early with a blister. Sounds like a precautionary thing, but he was awesome. The Rangers bullpen was fantastic. It's the first time since the Rangers moved to Arlington in 1972 that they've won back-to-back 1-0 games. So the pitching's been getting it done. They're actually -7 in run differential on the entire season, but they're 5-2. So it's good that the staff is taking care of business. Hopefully the offense comes around. They're not used to seeing some of these bats struggle the way that they've been struggling. That was supposed to be the strength of the team. But the good news for Texas, they're in first place in the division. They have won their 2 series. They are off today, and they will open up a 3-game set inside the Gilf against the Tampa Bay Devil Rays,
There's a couple wins for the weekend.
Who are playing at the Yankees spring training ballpark.
I love that.
Yeah,
you've got down all the Yankee stuff. Yes,
you've got the Rays playing at a spring training park, and you've got the A's playing at a minor league ballpark right now. That's baseball.
Yeah. Now is this the facility for Tampa? Are they building a new place, or is this going to be they're fixing this up and it's going to be permanent? That's just for the season.
I think they're trying to rebuild the Trop. I don't know.
Oh, that's right. The roof got blown off because of the hurricane.
Yeah, that's what caused it, right? The storm just completely destroyed Tropicana Field. Well, I guess not completely destroyed because they're able to
it just took the roof off the top of it.
Yeah, I mean, it messed with the surface, though. It messed with some of the other things, too. But, yeah, there's no roof right now. So I think they're, like, waiting on a vote in the Tampa St. Pete area to decide, like, what they're going to do. Like, are they going to spend all of the money that it would take to rebuild the Trop and get the Rays playing there again, or are they going to?
Nobody's going anyway, so
are they just going to build a new stadium and use the storm as an excuse? Like, let's move the team to a place that people actually want to go.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if there's an official answer on that, but I know for at least this season, the Rays will be playing at that Yankee spring training ballpark that holds like, I don't know, 10 to 15,000 people, which I guess is
like 8,000.
I guess that's double the attendance of recent Rays games.
Yes.
That's the thing with them right now. The Astros they got swept by the Giants. They lost the series finale yesterday. Framber Valdez, a rough start for him, gave up 5 runs in 2 innings. And the Astros offense has been non-existent so far. They've got 4 extra base hits in 6 games. They've scored 12 runs.
I think Tucker's doing pretty good with the Cubs, too.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker's off to a great start. He's hit 4 home runs for the Cubbies. Again, that's as many extra base hits as the Astros as a team has through these first 6 games of the year. The Astros 7 hits, all singles yesterday. They left 9 guys on base, 14 strikeouts. It's not good in Houston. It's one weekend of the season. You don't want to press the panic button and cancel Christmas, but it is an ugly start for the Astros offense.
Well, you can't keep getting rid of these other guys leaving. It's just hard to continue to do that when your team slowly disintegrates right in front of you.
Yeah, you knew at some point the golden era of Astros baseball was coming to an end. Again, I'm not ready to say that just yet. The Astros have gotten off to slow starts in the past and have been able to turn things around and find ways to win the division. But, that offense has to get things going in a hurry. The Astros play Minnesota this weekend. The good news is Minnesota's off to a terrible start, so maybe that's a team that the Astros can turn things around against, but not pretty for Joe Espada and company right now.
It's bad stuff right there. Once again, big buck on to my neighbor who gave me 3 dozen eggs the other day. we're using the bartering system here. I get her the lettuce, the oregano, and the kale that she wants, and they gave me 3 dozen eggs.
Do you keep bringing that up because you're looking for offers from our audience? Like, how much money can I get from one of these knuckleheads for a dozen
No,
of these?
no. I'm not going around with plastic bags and giving people lettuce and stuff. Although I did give some to Duckboat Paul. A
What'd
lot
he
of people,
do?
I don't eat that many eggs. I've got somebody that tells me they eat eggs every day. I don't. You know why? Because I don't get to cook them. So
Mm.
I don't.
Your
I don't
wife
make.
would cook them for you if you asked, right?
Yes, we've been doing the bacon thing. When I get my bacon and eggs, like when I have a Tuesday, generally Tuesday golf day, she'll make bacon and eggs for me.
Mm.
I get, like I said, I get all my stuff at the farmer's market now. Go down to Burger Center. I can't get you to go because you don't want to hold hands down at the Burger Center at 9 o'clock in the morning. And I don't know why that is.
Well, I'm not gay. That's why that is. I feel like that's the easiest way to explain that is,
That's easy enough.
yeah, I don't want to be seen with another dude holding hands walking around a farmer's market. This is not an all pub is good pub thing for us here,
You sure? That
Yeah.
seems like it would be some good pub, We could wear our hats. We could wear
Well, like
our
little fedoras or something. What are we
oh,
skipping around there too?
by the way, I don't see anybody skipping around the farmer's market.
You're
But
seeing a
everybody
bunch
has
of
their own
guys. You're
bag.
seeing a
That's
bunch of guys depressed with their heads down as they're getting
no,
dragged
no.
by their girlfriends or wives.
But they do have their own. Everybody has their own farmer's market type of bag, and mine's isn't as good as others. I'm gonna have to get myself a nice bag for carrying, like carrots and cucumbers and things like that. But you know what? Old Buck is going to be growing that stuff. This weekend's a big growing week, getting stuff in. Time to get those tomatoes in.
So are you going to the farmer's market to buy your seeds?
I'm going to the farmer's market to pick up my tomatoes. There was one of the farmers that had some small plants there
Yeah.
last week, but it was still, I think, just a little too early. The mornings are still kind of cold, and those softly tomatoes and that wind the other day would have ripped them right out of the ground. But this weekend, when the rains are coming this weekend, I'm going to the farmer's market to buy my tomatoes from them.
Get somebody to hold your hand while you're out there. See if you can just ask our listeners if they'll hold your hand.
I take pictures.
Yeah, take you around the farmer's market. I need help. I'm old. I don't know where to go.
Oh, no. And my little walk, maybe have my walker with me.
Right? Yeah. That'll be good. That'll be
Get a
good
lot of
right
tips.
there.
I can't believe you're right down the road from the farmer's market. Oh, you're out of town now.
I'm closer to Walmart.
Oh, don't even give me that.
Yeah, that's fresh right there.
People at the farmer's market feel good about themselves, dude.
That's great. Sounds like they don't need me. If they feel good about themselves without me shopping there, then it doesn't sound like they need me to shop there.
Awesome.
I'm not anti-farmer's market existing. I'm just, I'm not doing that with my Saturday. I got better things to do. I don't do any grocery stores on a Saturday, mind you. There's too many people. I'm sure there's too many people walking around the farmer's market. I don't want to deal with that.
And they do. They have their dog on a rope. There's nothing like dog. They don't have pit bull on a rope. They generally have a little foo-foo dog.
Oh, of course they do.
They don't have a big dog.
Well, they do that at Walmart too. So that's not a farmer's market thing. That's not just an outdoor bit now. People bring their dogs everywhere because they can't spend 5 minutes without them.
Wow.
Gotten soft as a society. Hey, a couple of super chats. Shout out to Joseph and shout out to Javier. I didn't see this. UTRGV beat David Pierce's Rice Ball Club last night, 20-5. That's 2 years in a row. A David Pierce coach team loses to the Vaqueros Cafe and Cantinas of UTRGV.
Wow.
The boys from the Valley getting the job done against the
Put
Nerds
20 on them?
Yeah, 20-5. I did not see that. All right. Well,
man.
I don't really root against David Pierce. I like that guy too
Coach
much.
Pierce. He's a good guy.
Yeah. He's the coach out of any coach that I've worked with here during my time covering the Texas Longhorns. He's the coach that I had like the best personal relationship with. Like we would actually text time to time. He's just a good dude. So I will always root for David Pierce. I love Schloss. I'm glad the move was made. But yeah, there's some previous Texas coaches that I don't root for. David Pierce is not one of those guys.
Yeah, I loved them all, really. And going back to Gus, Coach Gus, I mean, I spent a lot of time with Augie when I was in Illinois, living by myself and meeting him at the diner where we'd have breakfast before we go to work. And, my family had left Illinois to get the hell out of that place, Champaign. And I was living on the mattress playing, hoops with Jeff George in the basement.
Mm-hmm.
And Augie would meet me at breakfast every morning, tell me everything's going to be fine. You'll survive this. And I did. He was right. Plus, he used to give me all the scoop on Makovic. He just would mess with John Makovic. Any chance he could get, Augie messed with Makovic. It was just a wonderful thing.
I love that.
He would, he told my guy pulls the guy's chain every chance he got. He would.
That's what Augie did, man.
Oh, he just couldn't help himself.
Great personality. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The Dakota text line 512-222-9328. We'll get to some Texas basketball here in a moment. I want to play this audio, though, from Kirby Smart. This is interesting. So next week could be a huge week for the future of college sports. On April 7th, the House versus NCAA settlement will be reviewed for final court approval. And there is a chance that we get a salary cap set on revenue sharing for schools with their NIL student athletes. And there's also, this $2.8 billion settlement that could include roster limits and back pay for former student athletes. And this would also require all third-party NIL deals valued at $600 or more to be reported. So basically, some guardrails could be coming to what has been the wild, wild west of recruiting and NIL in the portal over the last couple of years. Now, there's a chance they table this thing beyond next week. There's a chance that we don't get like an actual concrete decision here. I don't know what's going to happen, but Kirby Smart, the head football coach at Georgia, was asked about just the current state of NIL and what's been going on with the transfer portal. And he had some pretty telling comments about just the state of recruiting in college football right now.
So, like the 105 number, the NIL number, what's the cap number, what is this going to be? There's stuff going on right now, guys, in college football. I mean, there's people reaching out to have a Zoom call and present all the players they represent that are on teams, including our teams. And they want to invite people to the Zoom so they can watch and see who's going in the portal or shopping who's in the portal before the portal. Do you want to get on the Zoom and look at all these players? I'm like, well, what if some of them are mine? I mean, it could be one of the most legendary, moments in all of college sports with what's coming up on this ruling and how people are going to try to manipulate a cap when all we're trying to do is make for competitive balance. And it's really unfortunate that I don't know if competitive balance is going to come out of it. I don't know if the kids win in this model that we currently have, if they win long term. Like long term, when we have to cut sports and cut other things, are the kids going to be the winners of this? I don't know. College sports been around a long time and given many an opportunity. And by all means, I want these kids to make money. But what's going on right now is not good for anybody.
Well, figure a way to cap it then.
There's Kirby Smart talking about the current state of NIL. That's just pretty crazy to think about, right? It doesn't surprise me at all because we know tampering goes on at a ridiculous level. And we also know how involved agents are in this. And agents are, looking for a buck themselves. And the best way they can get a buck themselves is to get their clients some money. So they're like basically shopping their clients around to try to find out where they can get deals. And now it's Zoom calls. Like some agent who represents 20 players is like, hey, get on this Zoom call. I got a few guys in the portal and they'd love to hear from you. And here's what they can offer. And here's what we're looking for. And it's like, imagine if you're a coach and you see one of your own players on there.
Sure.
It's got to be like a, oh shit moment. So.
It will be. Well, you made it into the Wild Wild West, so figure it out. Go ahead and somebody needs to go ahead once again. They'll find a way to get a commissioner. It's not going to be NCAA, but these conferences we're going to find a way to get a commissioner. I don't know. Nick Saban, Mac Brown, get them all together, get 3 or 4 of them together and say, this is where we're capping, this is what it is, this is how much experience you have at this place. You can only make so much money. here you are, you're the fourth string such and such. Here's what your university brings in. Here's the money that you have. You're going to have to trust somebody.
Right.
Before you have to trust the federal government in this, and then you're all going to lose.
Yeah, well, the federal government's the only group that's been doing anything about this.
Right. That's what I'm saying. But I mean, they'll cap it, but they're going to get something out of it. They're going to cap it for the players, but believe me, they're going to get something out of it themselves. They're not doing it just for the sake of love of the game. They're going to get something out of it, and somebody else is going to be missing some money. So you need to come up with a system yourself so that everybody's in line with it before they get it, and they come up with a system that you're going to have to live with.
Right. Yeah, well, the NCAA should be doing that, but they're not doing that.
No.
They've just sat on their hands over the last couple of years because they didn't want any student athletes to get paid at all. And because this started, they're like, hey, you guys wanted this. Y'all figure it out yourselves. This is y'all's doing. Our model was working. Nobody was getting paid, and none of this stuff was going on. So you guys wanted this. Y'all solve these problems yourself. And that's, well, there's nobody really governing any of this.
Well, the conferences won't trust anybody because if they have any affiliation with anybody in the conference, it's going to be, oh, no, you're going to favor this, you're going to favor that. It's not about the game. It's about your conference that you used to coach in or whatever. Yeah. But I still think there's certain people out there that would be very good for the sport itself.
Well, for that to happen, because I don't think the NCAA is going to allow that. You might scoff and say, oh, they don't have any power. What can they actually do? Well, football is still under their umbrella. So, yes. Like, for that to happen, for a commissioner to be involved in college football, college football would maybe have to break away from the NCAA, which I'm on board with, by the way. Like, I think it's ridiculous. Like, college football is so much bigger than every other college sport that we have, right. Even men's college basketball, that it's like they should be treated like a professional league. They shouldn't be lumped in the same thing as like tennis and rowing and soccer. Sorry to athletes and fans of all of those sports, but like one sport brings in all of the money while the other sports cost the schools money to have. So they should be doing their own thing. And at some point you wonder, and maybe the Big Ten and the SEC are kind of starting to trend towards this with this new wave of conference realignment. Maybe we just get to a point where, they just say, we're done. We're done with the NCAA. We're going to hire some people here to watch over this. We're going to institute these rules, and we're going to actually put some cap on what's been happening in college football right now because it's just getting out of hand.
Yeah, well, what they'll do is they'll wait till there's total chaos, and then they'll come in and try to put a Band-Aid on it. And then, but you have to fix it. You got to, you got to let it, we've done it for the last couple of years where it's semi out of control, but
it's beyond semi, but it already is total chaos. Like it could not, I don't want to say it can't get worse, but like what's happening right now is ridiculous here. This thing started 2 years ago
and all this other stuff. And if they're going to have Zoom calls and things like that of players, that are available, and the agents are going to talk and say, this guy's available to you. Here's how many years he was at this. Here's stats. I don't want to see it, but it looks like it's right here now. So start fixing the problem and not throwing Band-Aids on it. But like you said, the NCAA right now still has control of it. But for how long? Until these conferences, till the SEC and the Big Ten totally break away from it, they're still going to have a little bit of say. I mean, but them getting slapped on the wrist is, how long is that going to last? It's been going on for a while. But they're going to have to start sharing. That revenue sharing thing is scary.
Well, that's another thing too, right? And that could be what causes college football to become its own thing.
Sure.
We don't know exactly what revenue share is going to look like, but is it going to be like fair market value? To where, X percentage of the revenue is going to football because they bring in way more than any other sport? Or is Title IX going to come into play here? And it's like the exact same amount of money that goes to the men's sports, including football, has to go to all of the women's sports as well because of Title IX. Like, I don't know. I don't know what that's going to look like because, again, football brings in so much more money than any other sport on campus, even some of the other guys' sports. Yeah. That it's just like, are they going to get a fair shake out of this, or are they going to have to be giving money to other sports here? And are they going to be okay with that?
Well, they're used to doing that. They're used to giving a bunch of money to it, but they also get to have whatever they need to keep their programs going. And they should. They should be able to do whatever they need first. You know, the revenue sharing I'm thinking about is actual players on those football teams. What if that comes to the point of, you know, the 4th-string guy has got to make this amount of money or whatever it is. You know, he doesn't have an NIL deal, but because of revenue sharing, he's a part of that 105-man roster or 85-man roster. He's got to get a certain amount of money. That's just the way it is. You bring in this amount of money, you know, and they're going to start taxing you over $600. Wow. I mean, that's what you get if you go to the track and you win a $600 bet. You get taxed. That's just the way. You don't get to make $10,000 and walk away from the track and put that in your pocket unless somebody else go out there and you pay them 10% of the marker that day or whatever.
Let's just not report these NIL deals so you don't have to worry. Hey, if you come to our school, we'll just give it to you all in cash so you don't have to report anything to the IRS.
That's where the government comes into play. You start doing that, that's when they come and they're gonna get theirs. That's what I'm saying. All that stuff over 600, and it's just $600 before it can be tagged. They're coming to get their money.
Pay it in cash.
It's not going to be fun and games for the universities. They're going to have to pay the IRS now too.
Well, it's third-party NIL deals, so it's you know, companies, you know, their money. Some of that will have to go to, like, if Texas Sports Unfiltered were to sponsor some sort of kid in an NIL deal, then they would have to report that as taxes. Where I feel like they probably were supposed to in the past, but maybe now they're going to be a little bit stricter on that. But I don't know. Jansport bag, baby. There's ways around that.
I can't imagine a kid who's done that over the last couple of years, NIL, that's made $1 million and something, getting off. I mean, I know the sponsors that sponsor them are having to pay, but that individual kid, when that check comes to them, they're getting taxed. They're not getting tax-free off of that and saying, oh, I just made $1 million. There is no chance that that's happened. Yeah. That's more than under the table right there. The government is not going to let you do that. They're not going to let you take $1 million and walk away from it and just tax the sponsor that gave you the money. Oh no, they're coming after you too.
Oh, for sure.
You get a check. You're not putting $1 million in the bank and them going, okay, it's in the bank. Nothing's going to happen. Oh, they're going to get you.
I wonder if, like, Sean Miller trying to fill out his Texas basketball roster, I wonder if he's waiting for the results of this lawsuit, right? What's going to happen with this settlement on Monday? You know,
sure.
I think every college, I saw quotes from Mark Pope, the head coach at Kentucky, who's like, yeah, we're just trying to wait and see what happens before we really dive into the portal and start signing a bunch of guys because we don't know how much money we're going to have to spend on these kids. So
you're right.
There's a lot. Obviously, the football portal opens up again in a couple of weeks, so this will impact that as well. I mean, there's not a lot of clarity with the situation, and you know, come Monday we should get some. But yeah, Kirby Smart, like everyone's going to say, Kirby Smart's a complainer. And my first thought, I scoff at this because it's Kirby Smart, and there's maybe no coach in the country and no team in the country that benefits more out of what's been happening than Georgia and Kirby Smart. But beyond just that surface level thought, like, there's a lot of truth to what he has to say. Like, it's ridiculous what's been going on. Now, I think it is good for the college athlete right now. I don't think there's ever been a better time to be a college athlete with all the money that's being thrown around. And you'd like to think, maybe it's foolish, but you'd like to think that at some point there are going to be some regulations and some caps placed on this thing that maybe makes this a little less favorable to the student athlete. So, like, right now, there's no better time to be a college athlete, but you do wonder about the long-term sanctity of this sport and of every NCAA sport. Like, could this thing, if unregulated, get to a point to where we're going to have to start cutting sports? Like, there's just not enough money to go around, and we're spending too much on this to where all the schools are like, yeah, sorry, we got to cut a few of our athletics programs to pay for these football players that we're bringing in every year.
Well, yeah, they're going to eventually get to be the Ivy Leagues where they're not giving scholarships. Sorry, you don't get it can get to that point, but it won't. There's too much money to be made. There's too much TV
contracts.
Revenue.
It's just pro sports at that point, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there's too much revenue. The TVs will drive it still to the point where no, you don't have to leave. Your program's fine. We'll make sure that you're okay. But you're going to have to do something about paying little Billy over there. He can't make that much if you want to have a football team. I don't care how good he is. Some of that's going to have to be shared throughout your team somehow, some way. That's why I said they just need to. They need a commissioner with a staff that you can trust, unlike the NCAA. You know, they
Yeah.
need people to know what they're doing, that really care about the sports, that aren't looking about where they came from or what league they were in, that really care about the game of football, to get it, that they can bring it in front of some people in the Big Ten, the SEC, the ACC, the Big 12, and say, here, we truly have a plan as, commissioners or a staff of commissioners to do this the right way. And this is how much your star can make, but this is how much it's going to go throughout the team, through experience or where you came from, or I don't care if they have to do it on stats. It is. It's a stats game. That's why you have some of these great players making this kind of money, because they're stat guys.
It's crazy that this has turned into total pay for play.
Yes.
That's not what it was supposed to be. And again, when you don't regulate anything, I don't think anyone should be surprised that this is what this has evolved into, or maybe devolved into is a better word. But this was supposed to be like, oh, you do a deal with Covert Bee Cave and they pay you a little bit of money, and that's how you get your NIL. Now it's just like, all right, donate. Texas
Like everything else in the world, if you don't get it straightened out, the government will regulate it for you. Yeah. And you won't be without the sports, but it'll be regulated through the government, and they're going to get their piece of the pie. And so you're either, like you said, you won't have that sport at your university, or it'll be government regulated, and you'll have it, and you won't complain. You'll just say, let's go on.
Right.
We make enough money. We're Texas. We make enough money. We can pay this person this amount, but we're not going to be without football.
No.
But it's not regulated by us. It's regulated by the government. And they're going to get their piece of the pie. They're not going to let you slide by here or slide by there. It's going to be regulated through them. So it'll eventually,
if you don't ask for their help, they're going to be involved forever.
Or if you don't fix it, they will fix it for you. Yeah. What they think is fixing it, they will try to fix it for you.
Yeah, man. The NCAA, what an organization. There's so many ways to at least slow this thing down, and they just haven't done it. And we'll see what the House decides to do. Again, Monday, we could get some clarity about NIL caps and roster limits and this, that, and the other in sports. But it's insane. It's insane. We'll take your thoughts. The code of text line, 512-222-9328. Also, the YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Twitch chats are rocking and rolling as well. Feel free to get involved with the show. All right, before we get into some college basketball, Chris Beard is staying at Ole Miss. You and I are on different sides of feelings when it comes to that. Also, some good news for Texas basketball as the Longhorns try to fill out their roster under Sean Miller. Let's give a few more sponsor shout-outs.
Folks, if you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, do contact our friends and the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their surgeons believe in surgical and non-surgical care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. And Dr. Danny, Dr. Stockton, they are dedicated orthopedic surgeons there. Love those guys. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Just talked about Covert Bee Cave. Hey, if you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our great friends at Covert Bee Cave off of Highway 71. They've got 3 dealerships on one lot, 7 different brands, 42 acres of vehicles. Nobody's got a better selection in all of Central Texas. So if you're not entirely sure what you want, you can go to their website, covertbcave.com, and look at some of their inventory online. But more importantly, drive out to the dealership. They've got so many different options to choose from: cars, trucks, SUVs, new and pre-owned. They've got you covered. Plus, fantastic people: Dan Covert and Mike and Stacy and Jerome and Ron and Cameron and the whole squad out there. They're going to treat you like family, because they treat us like family. And there's a reason the Covert Auto Group has been getting it done here in Central Texas for more than 100 years. So if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go see the Coverts. And of course, Buck, what do they say about those Covert prices?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. Shout out.
No truer statement was made than this one. NIL and transfer portal, great idea. So far, poor execution. It's just, and it's executed poorly. And I think for some odd reason, when it started to be, like you said, BK, here's what we're going to do. Here's what the sponsors are going to give. Oh, it's just a little something for the kids. But now you're talking about, guys making millions of dollars and people being able to pick and choose guys from teams and pluck them off for millions of dollars. It wasn't supposed to be that way, but the execution has been so poor. It's hard to get that toothpaste back into the tube once it spits it out. It's just hard to do.
Well, it's kind of the inmates asylum bit, right? It almost feels like the inmates, and the inmates in this case are the players and agents.
They've been the product for so long, and you've screwed around with them. Now the product is asking a lot from the institutions, and now it's like, well, what are you going to do? You got to have that product, don't you?
Right. Yeah, they're in charge. Like you said, toothpaste out of the tube, Pandora's box, whatever you want to say. It has been opened, and you can't get all of it back in, but there's a way to, I think, rein some of this in a little bit. And
you may be able to stop the bleeding, but there's a lot of blood out there. But hopefully you can slow it down a little bit. Nobody wants to lose that. But it's not. You're not fooling anybody when you hear ADs and people like that talk about the student athlete. No, they're professional players now. Don't get it twisted. That's what it is. And anybody that's taken, any of them that are taking money, whether it's under the table, over the table, legally or not, they're pros. They're money makers. Like we're pros at what we do, our profession. We're pros in our profession. There's a degree of professionalism, but it's pros. We get paid for doing what we do. And so when they start doing that, they're not amateurs anymore. They're professionals. So they're going to get taxed like professionals, like we do on taxes and everything else. They don't get a freebie. Now this was all done years ago when it started to get shaky. I thought the NCAA, all they needed to do was talk to the players about getting their parents. I know it was going to change, but I'd always come up, hey, just let their parents come to games twice a year. You pay for them for their weekend there, for their immediate family to come to a game, be there, hang on campus, pay for a meal or two for them. That's all the players would have wanted. But then it was like, no, you can't do that. Here's what you can do. They couldn't even figure that part of it out. Players you could have held the players off for another 10 years probably if their families were coming twice a year getting tickets to the games. But you couldn't even do that. They couldn't even figure that part. That was too difficult. That was too much of an advantage, But then the coaches were leaving and going other places and making all kinds of, they would tell the kids, we're going to be here for the duration of you being here. And 2 years later, they were gone.
It's pretty funny just how much college sports has changed. Obviously in the last couple of years, but you look back, like Kelvin Sampson was fired at Oklahoma and got in a bunch of trouble with the NCAA for texting a recruit. Right? Yeah. Bruce Pearl lost a job and got in some NCAA hot water because he hosted a barbecue that he invited some recruits to attend.
Yes.
And now it's like you see all of this stuff that's going on, and it's just like
pool parties coming to their house. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, now it's just insane. It is just insane.
It's all professional. Yeah, I mean,
it is. It is. Like I think we all agree they should be getting paid.
I can say I'm not fine with it, but does it really matter? No. It is what it is. It's professional sports.
Right. Well, it's like half professional sports with the way that they treat it is the problem. They're still doing college things, and it is still affiliated with a college, but you've got professional sports element to it. So that's why
some do like the academics also, BK. Let's not forget that.
Well, it's still there. Like whether people actually care about it or not, I don't root for the Texas Longhorns because of the academics. I couldn't give a shit what GPA any of the players have, but it's still there. Like that's still a part of this thing. So that murkies the waters a little bit or muddies the waters a little bit because you still have to take that into consideration. And again, as of right now, college football is still governed by the same group that governs college rowing. So how do you handle all of those things when they're clearly not the same thing, but they're being led by the same organization, So it's crazy.
Fix it before they fix it for you.
They've already started. Chris Beard is staying at Ole Miss, Buck. Speaking of money, he's getting.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, sorry to you, diehard Aggie fan who wanted them to get a great college basketball coach. Still can't quite figure out that bit.
I wanted the rivalry. I want them to be good when they get their butts beat. I don't.
They were good last year when they got their butts beat. They were a top 10 team in the country for a lot of the year, and we beat them twice.
But that's all right. Let Chris Beard come to Texas A&M. You don't think that thing would be a heated rivalry again?
It already is. You don't like you're telling me Texas and Texas A&M isn't a heated rivalry right now? Already is.
Buzz doesn't do anything. Buzz didn't do anything for it.
Buzz is gone. Yeah, I mean,
he
look,
wasn't going to do anything to make it any better.
I won't argue that. I won't argue that Chris Beard being at A&M would add some fuel to the fire of the rivalry, but it's already rivaled enough, and I don't want them to have a great coach and actually be good at something. Like, Chris Beard would be one of the best coaches they've ever had. I think Jim Schlossnagel's the best coach they ever had. I'm pretty glad he's gone. I love having him here, but like that guy just being out of College Station feels like a win. Chris Beard would have been, I think, up there for the second best coach or the best coach.
You like to beat them when they're at their worst. You do really like to beat them when they're at their worst.
I want them to lose every game, Buck. I want them to be.
I don't feel that. I don't know. I just never felt. I want them to have the best coach that they can find and beat them that way. They really do believe Mike Elko. I mean, that's why I like this whole deal with Elko. They do really believe that guy is a fantastic. He's a fantastic defensive coach, but I don't think as a head coach that he's going to pan out to be everything they expect him to be. Then again, it's only year one, so I'm just kind of
but Mike Elko is not Chris Beard though, right? Like A&M could bring somebody in where it's like, oh, this could work. There are plenty of basketball coaches they could hire where it's like, yeah, this guy is a good coach, and if he gets the right pieces in place,
he's going to win a national championship with the University of Mississippi.
I don't know. I don't know if he's going to win one there. I think he's going to win a national championship somewhere. I mean, that guy took Texas Tech to a national title game. He took him to overtime in a national title game. Like that guy's a hell of a coach. And I think in the right spot, like I thought he'd win one at Texas. People were asking me when he got hired, did I think Beard was going to win one at Texas? I said yes. So again, I don't know if he's going to win one at Ole Miss, but they made the Sweet 16 in year 2 as a 6 seed, and now they're saying they're going to give him more NIL.
Without Chris Beard, they did pretty good at Tech too, didn't they? I mean, they didn't go to the Final Four.
It took 4 years, and they weren't as good. I mean, there are other good coaches in the sport. Grant McCaslin's a good coach. Like, other coaches can win national championships, but I think Chris Beard is one of the best in the country. If you told me that Chris Beard was getting the A&M job and it was guaranteed that Texas was going to beat them every time they played, then I'd be on board with it. But the reason I didn't want that is I didn't think that was going to happen. I don't want to lose to A&M like 3 out of every 4 times in basketball in any sport. So I'm glad they're not hiring an elite head coach.
I like when they're good. I'm fine when they're good. I like beating them when they're good.
That's the thing. If you say that you're guaranteed that Texas beats them, they could be good, but it's guaranteed that we beat them every time.
No, I would have been on board with it. It just has to happen. You got to see things happen.
Yeah, I'm glad we don't have to. I ain't worried about the dress-wearing Mike Elko that much. I know we've got a better coach than them. I know that. Like in basketball right now, I feel like Sean Miller is going to be a better coach than who they ultimately hire. If they hired Chris Beard, I would have felt like they've got a better coach than us.
What if they hired the other guy from Texas Tech? Would you feel like,
I wouldn't be as worried as I would be with Beard. Again, I think McCaslin's a very good coach, and that would be a very good hire for Texas A&M because I would have liked that hire for Texas. But no, it wouldn't do. Like Beard, I think was the only realistic hire that A&M could have made that would have really scared me. You tell me they go get Billy Donovan, I'm changing my tune. They're not getting Billy Donovan. Like the same names that people thought were, oh my God, could Texas go get Bill Self? Could Texas go get Jay Wright? Could Texas go get Billy Donovan?
No, they're not going to those places.
Yeah, if they're not coming here, they sure as hell aren't going there. So,
but I'm all right. I'm all right for them having good coaches and just beating them. I'd like for them to have I'd like for them to have a crappy coach and just get beat them every single time. But I'm fine with them having a good coach and still getting beat the right way, just getting beat down with a good coach.
That's what Buzz was, like solid coach. They were
just
a solid
coach. I mean, that guy. I was, when the rumors were flying about, RT, I was like, please don't take Buzz and think that he's going to change your fates at the university. There are people thinking that guy can do it here. Yeah. That if he took another step, he would step up to a place like Texas. That wasn't taking a step up to come to Texas for Buzz. This guy just had 2 really back-to-back really good teams. What were the Longhorns about? I mean, not a basketball school. Once again, You and your 7 friends.
Oh, and A&M is? A&M is?
Over the last 2 years, they've been pretty good at basketball. They've been pretty good.
Yeah.
But he wasn't going to change the fate of Texas.
No, that's where you should, I did not want Buzz Williams. I wanted Buzz to stay there because he was fine, but he wasn't really like a threat.
Yeah,
A&M was never going to win the SEC or a national title with that dude.
I agree with you. I would have been fine beating him every year.
Yeah.
Or battling with Buzz every year.
Yeah.
Them not having somebody else. But it doesn't matter. They're going to get a good coach. Texas should still be beating them.
I agree. It will be easier to do without Chris Beard there. So good for the Texas alum. I'm still mad at Chris Beard. You're still in the doghouse, Coach. We haven't forgiven you.
There you go.
That helps a little bit. He could have, rubbed some salt into the wound or twisted the knife a little bit more if he ended up taking that gig, and he didn't do it. So,
well, I mean, in my mind, he did it to himself. All of that stuff. I never looked. I mean, the university took a chance on a guy that actually screwed his alma mater and screwed himself.
Right. He would have screwed him more if he took the A&M gig. So I'm glad he didn't do that.
There you go.
That's my point. Thanks for at least not doing that. You've effed us over enough, Coach.
Would that have been some fun though? Oh my goodness.
Not fun. You and I have different definitions of that.
That would have been fun for you?
No. Not at all.
Wow.
All right. Some basketball news. Nick Cody is staying with Texas. We're trying to figure out who's staying, who's leaving. Nick Cody, a rising sophomore, former top 100 recruit in the country, didn't play much this past year, appeared in just 12 games, did score 20 points in a game against Arkansas Pine Bluff late in December, but averaged about 2 points per game. Most of his time was in mop-up duty. We'll see if he can become anything. He was actually the number 1 player in the state of Texas in the 2024 cycle. So I don't know what he's going to be. It's just a body right now at minimum for Texas, and it's nice getting some of these guys back, even if they aren't going to have major roles on next year's team. It's nice just having some players on scholarship that you don't have to go out and pay in the portal because they're already here. So it sounds like Malik Presley's going to stay too. Some good news from earlier in the week. John Clark, the one signee that Texas has in this recruiting class, he said that he's going to stay. You always get worried when a guy signs with the previous coach, that coach leaves for whatever reason.
Sure.
Is he going to request a release from his NLI, or is he going to stick around? John Clark's going to stick around. So that's good. We talked about Dalen Swain, the Xavier transfer coming in. We're obviously waiting to hear about Kendall Weaver and Tremont Mark and Mark Pope, some of the bigger contributors who could come back for one
Kendall
more
Weaver's
season.
going to play the field for a while. He's going to see what goes on here until after this week.
He hasn't hit the portal yet. Maybe, his agent is having some calls with some teams around the country. But I think Weaver's going to stay. I'm going glass half full with this. I think Kendall Weaver will be back at Texas. Tremont Mark.
Because that guy can make more money at Texas than he can thinking he's going to be in the NBA somewhere.
Oh, he's not an NBA player right now.
Or Europe even.
He tries to go to the league right now, and maybe he'll get an invite to a camp. But,
he'll be, and he can go to Europe and play and be a hustler and a rebounder and all that stuff and play for 10 years there and make a nice living. But he's not an NBA type of player.
No need to rush going to Europe when you're probably making less money over there than you are here at Texas.
Absolutely.
No one leaves early for that. Kendall Weaver, I think, is going to be in college for 2 or 3 more years, however much eligibility he has. He can make a nice chunk of change here at Texas.
Yeah, he could. I mean, does he have more than next? He's got another year after this, right?
I think he does. I think he's got 2 more years. So that'd be a good keep for Texas. And plenty of guys taking visits. The Longhorns have offered a bunch of different people. Still pretty early on in the portal process. You're seeing some guys commit, but it'll be a while before this roster fully comes into form. You've got, again, John Clark, Malik Presley, Dalen Swain, Nick Cody. All 4 of those scholarship guys will be here next season. That's a start. Still,
and this head coach knows what he knows exactly what he needs to have to compete in the SEC or at any level of college basketball if he wants to win a championship. He knows what he's looking for. He knows that he's got to get a big. He's got to get a point guard to lead this group. He's got some warm bodies right now. Plus, he's bringing one from his place. That's pretty good stuff.
For sure. And Texas actually hosted a 5-star recruit, like a guy who is in this class of 2025 who is yet to sign anywhere. He was
Really?
on campus a couple of days ago. Yeah, was committed to Miami. And when Miami fired Jim Larinaga in the middle of the season, he reopened his recruitment. He was visiting NC State on Monday. He was here, I think, yesterday. Alabama's interested. Tennessee's interested. I mean, he's a top 30 player in the country in this class. And again, a 5-star. Matthew Abel is his name. So we'll see if Texas is able to get a commitment from him. But that'd be great, getting another freshman.
Absolutely.
Only one guy signed in this class as of right now. You can bring in a 5-star. That would help. Maybe more down the road than this year, but you'll take what you could get at this point.
Longhorn Bear says A&M has become a coaching stepping stone, or is it just the AD? You know, that place should never be a stepping stone job at anything from track and field, you know what I'm saying, to women's to tennis. I mean, that's not a stepping stone school. Has it become that? I don't still think it's a stepping stone. No.
Well, it depends on where you're stepping, right? Depends on where.
Football's not a stepping stone job. That's no way in hell.
Like, I mean, Texas A&M baseball, if you're stepping up to Texas, that's a step up.
True.
Most historic college baseball. If you're coaching at Texas A&M, like let's say Jimbo had a bunch of success at A&M and Nick Saban retires and Alabama comes calling, you're taking the Bama job.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So it depends. Like it's not a stepping stone, like a mid-major. I feel like you say stepping stone job, not you, but people in general will say that. It's like, you're going to move up for anything you could get. Like, but A&M is not like, oh my God, I'm staying here forever, regardless of who comes calling.
Yeah, Buzz leaving to go to a basketball school kind of makes sense. Right. I don't think they were trying to get rid of Buzz. I don't think they were trying to get rid of him. He just thought Maryland's a better opportunity to care a little bit more about basketball in that part of the country.
I just don't think he didn't like the AD. He didn't like the AD, Buck. He didn't like the AD. He didn't like the AD at A&M. I think it was more of a boss thing than Maryland's got more history. It's just I can get out and get a good job. I don't like my current situation. I'm going to go take it.
Yeah, this AD must be this must be awful for the Aggies.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that was a part of the reason why Schloss left, and it sounds like a huge part of the reason why Buzz left. And
now, do they have a new president also, or is it just?
Yeah, John Sharp, the chancellor, stepped down a year or two ago, and they just announced the hiring of somebody.
Yeah, somebody's got to get control of all that stuff, and they keep losing, decent coaches. Somebody's going to go. Maybe it's the athletic director.
Yeah,
the new president can come in here and make a lot of things change. He can change a lot of things in a hurry if their athletic program starts sinking.
I'm cool with Trev Albert sticking around for a while.
And destroying the place?
Yeah. I don't know if he's Steve Patterson level, as CB says, but he hasn't done great to this point with his hires.
No, what I don't need them to do, I don't care about the coaches. Keep the AD. Don't get a good AD. Do us a favor. Keep that dude.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't care if you can get some good competitive coaches, but I don't need a competitive AD. I want a piece of junk like they have right now.
What do they say? A's hire A's, B's hire C's.
Yeah, there you go.
They've got a B right now, and he's hiring some C's. So if he could have lured Chris Beard, that's a good AD move right there. Couldn't get it done.
Would have been, yeah.
Couldn't get it done. So it's good. Thankfully, Trev Alberts is there and not somebody better than that.
Yeah, all right. And Mike Elko's time this will be year number 2 will be special because I mean, he had a decent team. He's got that young quarterback. He better make some things happen there soon for himself. Sure. Because that the heat for football after Jimbo, every year is heat on you there now. It's not like you get, how we talk about the 5-year plan and all that stuff. Hell, you barely get a 2-year plan now. With NIL and everything and the kind of money they spend there, you may be having a 3-year plan there.
Yeah, it was a great start to the year for A&M, but just like most of their football seasons, by the time it got to November, things started to fall off the rails. Sure. And obviously losing to Texas didn't help. They end up with 8 wins. They become the 8-4 program. Last year they were 8-5 because they lost their bowl game, but that's A&M wants more than that.
No, they can't have 2 more years of that.
No,
8-9 win. They can 2 more years of that, and Elko's going to be gone too. They're going to be dropping that bag of money off at his house.
Yeah, I think you're right. Give him 2 more years.
It won't be 4 or 5 years from now. It won't be, oh no, we're getting better. That 8 better jump to 9. It better go the other way. It can't stay at 8 and it can't go to 7.
Well, the buyout for Elko is not as big as the buyout for Jimbo.
No.
And if they were willing to pay, what, $75 million for that guy to leave?
Yes.
Then they'll be willing to pay whatever the hell they got to pay.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt about that. There's no doubt about them. They'll pay. That kind of number won't mean anything to them. If it's 50, 40, 20, they'll pay that. To change their fates. It's just that they're not going to take a long time to figure that out.
Let's give a few more sponsor shout outs here. We've got the tough incident at an NBA game earlier in the week.
No.
And also an update on a big story that we had on this show a few weeks ago. And we've got lawsuits involved. Before we wrap up the show with some randomness, let's give a few more sponsor shout outs.
Say hello to our good friends over at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company on Pond Springs Road up north and, of course, Monterey Oaks South. I'll be there getting ready, getting all my stuff together for my little mini garden ready to go this weekend. And for those that are thinking about roses and shrubs and oak trees and trying to plant them now, starting to get late in the season, but they've got them there. And they've got contractors that will come out to your place and put them in for you. You don't have to dig the holes. Talk to Jeff and the gang down south. Then they'll find a contractor to come out and dig the holes from you. If you've lost some oak trees, if you've lost them to whether it's wind or still from when we had the freeze back in the day and those trees haven't come back the way you want them, maybe put in some new oak trees, but you can always change those roses. And they've got them. Believe me, they have them at Leaf Landscape and Supply Company. I've been there. I was just there earlier this week. I'll be there this weekend getting ready for all of my vegetable needs. They've got tons of that available for you. And as I said, you want to do it yourself, that's fine. And they'll talk to you about it. They'll talk to you about the fertilizers that you need to use in your part of Central Texas. But if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, get 10% off of all of your products up to $500. That's Leaf Landscape and Supply Company.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. Also, some love to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home, reach out to our buddy Mike and his great team at McCall Custom Homes. Custom home builders and renovators who have been getting it done here in Central Texas for more than 40 years. New kitchen, new bathroom, new story, new life to your outdoor space. Or if you're just trying to build a home for the first time, McCall Custom Homes has your back. And right now, they're offering a free estimate to TSU listeners. Just go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. You can reach out to them there. You can have them out to your place. Talk to them about your vision. They'll tell you about their vision, and y'all can see if you can come up with something that works. They're the best at what they do. They're working on Rodney's bathroom right now. Double R's loving the work that they're doing at his place. You're going to love it as well. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Again, that's the website, or you can reach out to our friend Mike, 512-633-9580. McCall Custom Homes, we build value into your home.
Once again, say hello to Jay and the gang over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road. Love that hat right there. And they've got all the lids over at Sue Patrick's, of course. They got the jelly cats. Got to get over there and get those jelly cats for my granddaughters. No, and I'm not buying that $1,000 bear. Love you, but I'm not buying the $1,000 for a kid. The bear's bigger than the damn kid. Weighs more than the grandkid. Can't do that. But they've got tons of jelly cats over there. They have all your Longhorn apparel that you want for the golf season. Thank you, Jay. Jay's giving me a golf bag to give away at the Mullet Open. A beautiful golf bag. It is absolutely awesome. So he's doing that for the Mullet Open. And Mullet Open just around the corner in May here, May 16th, Friday, May 16th. And going to invite a bunch of folks to come out there and have a nice meal. Thanks, and we do have it is a great day. It's BK's day to take all the food. Any food left over, it's gone. It's gone. The chicken, the brisket, everything. BK gets a hold of it, say goodbye to it. He's eating good for a week. I love it. But I love our friends over at Sue Patrick. As I said, plenty of parking right there. 5222. Head on over to Burnett Road and say hello to the wonderful staff at Sue Patrick's, folks.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's go to Atlanta for this next story here. An NBA game between the Hawks and the Portland Trailblazers from Tuesday night. You know, they always have like in-arena entertainment, right?
Sure.
And
Kiss Cam. Love Kiss Cam.
The Kiss Cam, during TV timeouts, they'll have stuff going on. Obviously, they've got halftime shows going on. You'll get the Great Red Panda making an appearance from time to time if you're lucky. But, a classic bit at NBA games is It's called tic-tac-toe. And
Huh.
just like tic-tac-toe, but the concept, and they've done this at UT basketball games before as well. It's two people competing against each other, one on each side of the courts. They get a basketball. They have to dribble from midcourt to the basket, make a layup, and then they get a piece, an X or an O, to play tic-tac-toe. And it's kind of a race to see, well, who can make the most layups in a quick enough amount of time and win tic-tac-toe on the board. It's a pretty fun game. It's a good bit. Seems harmless, right? What could go wrong?
Yes.
Well, sometimes when you get jags like you and me doing athletic competitions,
Oh, boy.
you can get problems. Here's the scene from Atlanta a couple of days ago. Here's the guy. This guy looks like he's in shape. Young dude, young brother. Goes up for his first layup.
No.
Down he goes, and he reaches right for that left knee, and he stays down. We'll show it again. Again, in Atlanta, you got the tic-tac-toe board at midcourt. The woman's excited. She's dancing. Ready, set, go. And this guy goes straight down.
And that knee just said, I give up.
That is an ACL tear if I've ever seen one, isn't it?
That's going to cost. There's a lawsuit coming up.
That was my question to you. Is that what happens next? Like, can this guy sue the Hawks for?
Yeah.
What do you sue him for?
Like
the
court? Jackie, whatever his name is, from Steinfeld. He's going to be his new lawyer.
Jackie Childs?
Jackie Childs is coming in right there. He's coming right off the court, out on the court.
Man, well, I feel like they make you sign a waiver.
No, they probably won't make you sign a waiver from that because they're probably going, which knucklehead is actually going to tear his ACL out here doing a layup? That's a 1 in a million right there.
How does that happen? How unathletic is this guy? Tears his ACL going up for a layup in a game of tic-tac-toe.
Come on, homie. First of all, you don't have to be going that fast. Let's make sure first. Oh, that thing just gave out. Oh. Dude, that is so painful. This guy's so pumped.
He's on the court. He's he's getting to showcase his skills.
His girl's in the stands. She's not crying. She's about to get a new ring. Everything is good.
No, the girl in the stands just left. She saw that her man go down, and she just tried to walk out of the stadium and hope nobody noticed.
There's a payday coming. She ain't going anywhere.
Change your number. I don't know, man. Maybe you're right.
That bit is no good. My best halftime bit of all times still remains the people with the plate and the thing that when they spin the plates and they run over to the next plate. That's always my favorite. I've been to one event that they actually did the plate spinning because I always wanted to try that at my house.
What? Explain this more. What is this?
When they come out with a stick, they have jugglers sometimes, but sometimes they do the spinning plate where they keep the plate going.
Yeah.
On the stick. I love that. I love when
they let fans do that, or they get like pros to do that.
Oh, the pros do that. But I want to try that someday. I want to see if my wife will let me do that with some of her dishes. I mean, how about in the driveway if I try that, do the spinning deal? I was at one of those one time where the plate actually hit the court.
Ooh.
Yeah, it didn't work out. They didn't get to the plate. It just started running out of juice. And they're going, hey, spin, get over there, get over there. She didn't make it in time, and bam.
Did it shatter?
Huh?
Did it shatter?
Yeah, it shattered.
Oh,
it's real plates. I want to try that in my driveway.
Try it before your wife gets back. You've got like one day to try this. Otherwise, you can't do it.
I can go get some bamboo with some little bamboo sticks and stuff.
Sure.
Plant it. You're right, BK. That I have to film.
Please do. Yeah, let me know if you do that. We'll get somebody
What's
out
my
there.
Success rate of keeping 3 plates going? 3, just 3.
0.
What?
You can't keep one plate. You think you can get one plate to spin on a stick for more than like 5 seconds?
You don't think I can get to the point where I have 3 spinning sticks?
No. I'd love to see it though. We'll bring on the fellas. Maybe Double R and Wags have a little bit more faith in you doing this. What's going on,
Rodney,
guys?
could I spin 3 plates? You've seen the spinning plates at events, right?
Yeah, that's no disrespect, but isn't that like a Chinese thing where they come out? I think it's like
they use China.
No disrespect. Yeah, I think that's what that is, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, Buck, man. I have a lot of confidence.
How about 3 of them? I'm not trying 6 like that lady did the date I saw her drop one. But that's always, the dog doing all that stuff, jumping in, or the fire hoop and all that, trampoline. That's not it. I love the spinning plates.
That's pretty. Yeah, that's
I like
pretty good.
I like the dog balancing the balls, the basketballs. That's where they do the spinning balls on the dog nose.
Oh
You
yeah,
like that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Wags. Plates, real plates hitting the ground. I think you could do that, Wags. I think you could spin 2
I
of
can't spin shit.
them.
Hey, boy, that dude. You think that guy called Thomas J. Henry yet? That dude that wiped out.
That guy had Jackie Childs in the stands waiting for him to hit the ground.
So you guys bring up a good point. Like there has to be some type of legal protection in place for people that are actually taking these contests, right? Because this is something that everybody would probably conjure up in their mind if there wasn't one. Like, be like, hey, you know what? I can get a quick buck real quick if I slip and fall because somebody forgot to mop something up.
Well,
right
they
next
do.
to the goal.
They have those putting contests. I'd go, oh, my arm. The putt down the whole court. Oh, I broke my arm.
it's broken.
I hyperextended my elbow.
Final.
I think you have to sign a waiver. I don't know what the waiver says. No one actually reads it. It could say like, if anything happens to you, it's your fault. We're not liable. So I don't know. The Hawks apparently reached out.
I'm pretty sure waivers in hand. Yeah.
The Hawks reached out to this guy. He's a season ticket holder. They reached out to him, and he says he's going to be fine, expected to make a full recovery. So,
but if you want to pay for my medical bills, you can.
Right? Yeah, I would take that or season tickets. Give me free
ticket.
Season tickets next year, and I won't sue or something like that.
Yeah. When
Wags,
we used to do
Wags and Rodney, do you remember Tom? I was telling BK about.
I was just about to tell you that.
You remember him, right?
Childhood. I love listening to that dude on Case 101 in the morning.
He was awesome,
dude. He was great. Tom Allen. He was like number one in morning drive for years on Case. And he was a
wonderful guy. But his bathroom annex, because he was very round shouldered and very round bottom. When he'd go in the bathroom and be at the latrine with his pants down. Because he couldn't get it through the little zipper part.
Who?
Yeah.
Tom Allen. Remember Tom Allen?
I don't remember this guy.
I mean, this
Wags wasn't around, but you remember him forever, Rodney, right?
Oh, this dude, you remember Tom Allen way back in the day? He used to go around. He had the Tom Allen music machine. He would go to like parties and he was like a DJ before the DJs were cool.
I remember Casey Kasem.
I remember Casey Kasem too. I listen to them every Sunday.
But Tom Allen was
Myron Cope.
Tom Allen was right here in Austin. Tom Allen was fan. He was a really good guy too.
He was like DJ of the year.
But Rodney, I kept coming upon him in the bathroom at the urinal, and I never could have a conversation with him because his pants were all the way down to the floor.
All the way down, like a 4-year-old.
What is that?
Come on, man. What are we doing?
Learn
how to pee.
Stop it.
That dude had a great radio voice, but now all I can think of is his bare ass when I think of Tom Lundgren Allen at this point. Jeez,
my goodness.
Wasn't he like CMA DJ? Well, you Bucky, didn't y'all win that? You and Cole won that, didn't you?
We went to Nashville for some deal. We didn't win at large market personalities. I would have been the first African American to ever win country music personality. We got nominated for it.
We weren't woke enough as a society yet to.
I got close, man. We were very, very close to that deal.
I don't know what I would do if I walked into a bathroom and just saw a dude with his pants down to his ankles peeing.
At the office, too. This is not some drunkard at a bar at the game. This isn't a place of work, Wags.
But that's what he had to do, man. That's what he had to do.
You don't ever have to do that. You don't have to do that.
It's like, go sit down, right?
Yeah, why? I mean, why did they have to go all the way down? Like, what the hell? Does he tuck it in his fucking sock?
He was a big guy.
No, it's not that. It's hard to find sometimes. When you're really a big person, I guess. It's hard to. So that's what I was thinking. That's why. Then I came in there a couple of times, and those 2 big moon things were sitting there. I turned around and left.
Yeah.
And this is coming off the other day, Wags, when I accidentally peed on myself.
Well, I mean, that's happened to me before. You know what I mean?
CBK.
Yeah,
it's not just me.
Yeah. Well, you just.
I'm purposely pissed on myself before. I used to pee on my feet. In the shower, in the shower, if I had like athlete's foot or whatever, if I had something gnarly going down on my feet, I would piss on it. Yeah.
I had to do a different routine going where I had lost it. I mean, I'm down to a 30 waist now instead. So I couldn't. So instead of doing my zipper thing, my pants kind of dropped at the toilet, but they didn't get all the way to my knee. They got down to my knees. So instead of going through the little cave, which I'm used to, and leaning it there, I started peeing and went straight down right into my pants.
Well, you know,
Hey, man.
Dude, that was so. I'm glad it was just me here. My wife's out of town. I mean, I had to go and let that thing dry out outside where the poor cats were.
You should be having a circus with yourself, anyways.
Oh well, listen.
Yeah.
The big top is out. I'm doing all kinds of circus tricks.
Yeah.
Big top is out.
and
I
the
am
spinning
all
plates
out.
later
Out.
in the driveway, pitching
Oh.
tents.
That's why I'm thinking I can go do the thing with the dishes out there right now and get a couple of her nice dishes and go there.
Hey,
So
I do want. I want to add,
Galatzan.
Bucky. I want to add, Bucky. I heard that after you went to Nashville, shortly after you went to Nashville to almost win that award, that's
Yes.
when old Hootie made the crossover. You were the trailblazer.
For Hootie crossing over then in the country.
Hootie said, if that brother can go to Nashville, so can I.
By the way, if you want to hear a great album, listen to Tuskegee with Lionel Richie doing country music. Oh, it's awesome.
Oh,
Really?
hadn't heard that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's Lionel Richie. It's what it is. It's country singers doing his music,
Mm.
dancing
I was
on
gonna
his,
say,
all
Lionel
of his
Richie doing
songs. It's
anything is
awesome.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Is he your
Okay.
favorite artist, Lionel Richie? One of them, at least.
Not
Commodores
really.
was
I wasn't even a big Commodores fan.
No, my dad raised me on the Commodores.
Dude, I like the Ohio Players more than I did the Commodores.
Okay.
Don't you like that Luciano? Who's that person you always want to watch in Austin?
Oh, I
Da Vinci
love
or
Andrea Bocelli.
Buccelli. Yeah.
There it is.
Bucelli. I go to see Bucelli every time he's here. I may not go this time. I see some of the ticket prices to Bucelli. They're like $900 to be sitting in over on the side area where I was the last time, and the guy was trying to sing every one of his songs, and I had to tell him, "Hey, dude, I'm here to see him. I'm not here to listen to you. Try to sing this dude's songs."
Yeah.
It's that same seats I were in, I think 3 years ago, are now 900 bones a piece.
God.
I like
Syntax
my wife, but I don't know
10.
if I like her to that magnitude for
Syntax
somebody I've seen
10.
5 times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. All right, guys. We'll let y'all get to it.
Listen,
Yeah,
have a great day,
What
everybody.
we got going on? We got any hypotheticals or any randomizers?
No randomizers, no hypotheticals today.
Did
There
we
was-
give
there
away,
was
we
a-
gave away to Cabo Bob's, BK?
Yeah, gave it away yesterday.
There was another naked lady at the airport.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
we
saw-
showed that. Yeah, Double
that
R.
is-
Thanks for sending that. You
Wow.
guys,
Spirit.
What
Check
is
this out,
going
Wag.
on?
granny panty action too, huh?
This is just getting out of control.
Well, BK's
Uh,
hoping for that when he travels this week, and he said his trips have been boring.
Yeah,
You
I'm
wanna see
flying
that?
today. I'm hoping I see some breasts at the airport.
He wants them hanging out.
I want them hanging out. Let me
You're
see a
gonna be
little
listening
something.
to Wang. You're gonna be listening to everybody Wang Chung. That's about what's gonna happen with you. That's your luck.
I want the Dallas lady. I'm not sure I want the Spirit lady right there.
Yeah.
I don't want any of them.
No, I don't need crazy. I got enough
Yeah,
crazy in my
exactly.
life. I don't need any more crazy.
What about this?
That everybody needs right there.
What about this? You don't want
That
this?
will, she will be absolutely in control. I will tell you that. You will
Listen to
have
Wax.
no,
He knows. You know
will
Wax.
have
He
no
will be totally
say.
in control.
You will
I
have
agree
no
with
say. Absolutely.
All right, boys. One more day at the Hotel California. See ya.
Boom.
Later, brother.
See y'all tomorrow.
Spinning
There he
plate.
goes. There
There
they
you go.
go. What's going on? Welcome to Chaos Theory on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I am your co-host, Wags. My other co-host and partner in crime, Double R. You can find him on Twitter at the Rodney R, and then on InstaFace at the _ Rodney R. I'm on InstaFace at the Wagner Wire, and then on Brand X/Twitter at Not the Fake Wags. If you are out and about, if you are mobile, hit us up on that code of text line 512-222-9328. Again, those numbers are 512-222-9328. Smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Usually you guys have. That way you can get a part of this conversation on this YouTube channel. What is going on, Ronnie? How are you, sir?
Wags, it's dark at my place. Is it dark at your place?
Yeah, it's
Is
a
it?
little I guess we're still starting to get a little bit of weather, right? I guess the rain is kind of flirting with us. It hadn't really dumped and started to come down yet, but yeah, the skies are starting to get a little bit gray. Or I guess they're still remaining gray. I thought it was gonna dump a little bit last night, but still nothing No relief.
Yeah. This guy's looking a little mad as my kid.
I stay relief because I got one hell of a killer headache. It's weird down here in Texas, man. Like when the pressure builds up, or the barometric pressure builds up, I feel like that messes with my head, with my headache. And I can, like, I've been up since about 6:30 trying to get this thing dulled down a little bit, man. But it is absolutely throbbing, man. And as I say relief, like once the sky opens up and dumps, usually it, for some crazy reason, it releases the pressure, that's causing the headaches in my head too. So,
and I got to tell you,
you guys, we see everybody checking in. Good morning, everyone.
It's so horrible right now because I think it was Monday. I looked outside and
put my glasses on too, guys. Sorry.
Yeah, my work vehicle and my regular car, I mean, they were just covered in that green shit, and then it was like, okay, I took them and cleaned them both. Like the work one, I'm supposed to keep clean all the time. So I went ahead and cleaned them, got them both done. And then by Wednesday, again, they're just covered, and I cleaned them again. And right now,
the pollen.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible, man. That stuff didn't used to bother me when I was younger. It seems like when I got to 45-ish, it's like,
when all the nose hairs start filling up in the nose and you can't breathe that way too.
Yeah. I don't know if it's my tolerances are down or what the hell the thing is, but man, anything.
Getting old, man. Just getting old.
I know. Hey, breaking news. I saw that Adam Schefter reporting 2 minutes ago, another big move by the Dallas Cowboys, solving a problem. New England is sending quarterback Joe Milton to the Dallas Cowboys.
There it goes. There we go. There we go.
Cooper Rush out the door.
All the problems have been solved, right?
It is. We've got a backup quarterback problem, so we got to get in there and get us a guy. And I'll be damn, we got our guy from Dak goes down.
Yeah, again. I don't understand, especially when your quarterback room was a little bit heavy on the first plays in the first spot. I don't know why you're bringing in another QB to the skill set of Trey Lance is going to kind of wow you or move the needle for you if you're Dallas. I kind of think it's just wasting a paycheck, honestly, that could be money, directed somewhere else. Now, you're really not paying much for Milton, right? But still, at the end of the day, it's going to be money out and as far as money in. But look, man, it's a trade at the end of the day, so something ultimately has to go down. So, look, it's not going to get any crazier for Dallas. Like, what else do you expect? Something, if there's more headlines to come out from Dallas, what would you expect there to be? Maybe Aaron Rodgers to the Dallas Cowboys, right? Like they don't need him, but I mean, at this point, like that's the most senile thing that Jerry Jones can do at this point, right? Like is to make a move like that. Well, thankfully, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Well, checking out some quick facts here on Joe Milton, I'm finding on the X, everything's reliable there. Here's a good stat about him. He threw the second hardest pass in NFL history in his first career start. He threw a pass at 61.71 miles per hour while running to his left. Dude, I'm Super Bowl.
So there you guys go, man.
Washington, who?
Put it on the board. Put it up on the board.
Philadelphia, who? Green Bay, who? Forget y'all, man. San Francisco, who? Oh, San Francisco was tired. You see Brock Purdy the other week? He's like, we were pretty tired this past year. Don't say that.
Injury. I mean, I will say this for San Francisco, but everybody goes through injuries at that point, right? San Francisco was banged up, I feel like, a good portion of the year. Like they really couldn't get a full bill of health. And then, it wasn't firing on all cylinders for me or for San Francisco.
Mm-hmm. Wikipedia, I will actually be 54 next. Whenever the 9th is, whenever April 9th is, I will be 54 grand years old. And I don't mean 45, I mean 54. So yes, lots of sports wags, but did want to mention today, especially you and I being aficionados of the Taco Bell, today is National Burrito Day. So are you going to indulge?
All right.
in
Okay.
the bell tonight?
Do I break down? Because we've been we did cheat on Lent, right? We did go to Whataburger, but we have been good since. Okay,
I literally threw up.
Do we break down? And if we do, actually, no, because Ike brought me a pizza, so I also had Domino's too.
Oh, yeah.
So, twice. So I've had Whataburger and Domino's twice. So, Ike says Cabo Bob's. I don't know where I go. I don't know where I go for the burrito. I don't know, but that's a. You know what? Do we break and do we go to Taco Bell and get the deluxe, the $7 deluxe burrito?
Yeah,
it's been a minute, and every time the commercials come on when we're watching Sports Center, it gets a little bit harder. The temptation, it gets a little bit harder to resist.
Yeah, Wags. I think
I haven't tried them yet. I want to try it. The $7, the $5, and the $9.
Oh, I eat the Lux box every time I'm on the road, and I'm on the road here in a little bit. I got to go to San Antonio for the weekend, but not to the Final Four. But I have to go to San Antonio, so I'm probably going to hit the Taco Bell tonight.
Freebirds is a good spot for a burrito, on National Burrito Day.
What I like
a burrito today, Jen.
Yeah.
What do you put in your burrito? Is it a beef burrito? Is it a steak burrito? Chicken burrito? Chipotle. We going to Chipotle today?
Chipotle.
It's Chipotle.
Okay, sounds good to me. Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. It's play on words.
I love Cabo Bob's. I mean, because it's local and it's fresh, really fresh, really.
Well, so is Chipotle.
That's true.
Chipotle's fresh every day. All that guac, all that wok.
You know whose burritos are a little bit underrated to me? And again, I was not a fan of this place for the longest time because I have a lot of Mexican pride, and I'm like, that shit ain't Mexican food. But actually now I'm a huge fan of Chewy's, and those bigger than stuff your face burritos. Those are.
We might eat Chewy's probably once every other week.
I love that
because
place.
they have excellent family dishes and family meals for great prices, man.
Mm-hmm.
You get the you can do the hard shell and the soft shell taco family meal, and hell, it's only the three of us, and it lasts us for what, 2-3 days. That's you spend about $75 or whatever, but still, it's fantastic. I love Chewy's.
I just actually came back from DFW, and every time that I do a DFW trip or anything up that way, you ever been to a Taco Casa?
No,
dude.
Taco House.
Taco Casa. They have a super burrito and a super taco, and I don't know what it is about that place. Maybe that I don't get to have it very often, but man, I was there this weekend and I went twice, as my mother-in-law says, twice.
Give me some unknown locations for some good tacos. Because I mean, look at me, guys. You probably know that I've only gone to the commercial and the known marquee places, but I don't have the really good lowdown for some of the best spots of like a burrito or like a taco. So my son found a place. It's called Luna's Tacos. It's fantastic.
Oh, right up here. I have never.
Yeah, exactly. Right by the garage.
It's open all the time, right? That place is.
Yeah, they're open. They're open a pretty damn good bit. That's a good spot. Troy, I have not found that one yet.
I want to try that Taco Palenque. From what I've told, I think it's a local, and the fajitas supposedly at that place are just off the rails. And there's one over there. There's one over there at 35 and 45. There's a taco. Oh, and actually, there's actually one now over there by the Walmart and the Lowe's over here on 620, right down the road from you by the Shell gas station. There's a Taco Palenque now there. Palenque, however you say that.
Yes, Luna's doesn't miss. Luna's is fantastic.
Yeah,
I'll probably go to Luna's today.
You can't really miss with, like, if you want to take the drive. Now it's just a pain in the ass to get to like 1 in a million downtown. I mean, you go in there and that's
raves about that spot. I've never been, bro. Never been.
That one.
You know what though? Talking about breakfast burritos, we always talk about Dan's. We talk about Dan's. We talk about Dan's burgers, but Dan's breakfast burritos, my dudes. If you're up for some bacon and egg burritos, man, get or whatever you put on your breakfast burritos. That I usually go with the bacon and egg. It's sausage and eggs, fantastic as well. Dan's has you covered. Dan's is fantastic if you're downtown.
Yeah. There's a spot on the east side of 35 called Angie's. Man, that's some grubbing. That's some
Magic Man ATX hits us with that breaking news.
Yeah.
Come on, we just got done talking about how Joe Milton's actually going to help the Cowboys win a championship.
Yeah, we had the bat phone. Jerry called us. Wags and I are the other two guys. Remember, he said that there are three people that have his. Yeah, three that have his cell phone number, one being Micah, the other two are Wags and I. He called us and said, we got Joe Milton. We got some glory hole. Thanks, buddy.
Called us up, asked us if we had any Johnny Walker in the house. He wanted to pour it with us. And
Johnny Walker on National
I was tapped out, fresh tapped out. We also got some other news around there. What do you want to lead with?
Texas Aggies, man. Didn't get their guy. They had their chance, and Chris Beard says, I'm good. There's something happening there, dude.
And we kind of flirted with this yesterday. Would you have left if you're Chris Beard?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're building something there.
But it's not just what he's building there, right? It's what's going on. Like there's something unsettling and something just weird that's going down, in College Station. And maybe it's the AD, maybe it's just the environment, but something's awry, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know a lot of the focus is going to Trev Alberts. That's.
I don't know if I can place it on one dude though. Like, I mean, an AD can absolutely wreck your ship 100%. But I don't know how. I'm trying to think of how bad it was with our debacles of AD. I mean, overall, was it a blended 6% of what was that fucking
Steve
quote?
Patterson? Yeah, you remember?
But what was Patterson's quote? Overall, it's a blended 7%. Is it 7%? I don't even know. I can't remember the number.
Yeah,
7%. Anyways.
And I think a lot of this is when you look at some of these people, I think it may be a combination of a lot of things to where we've talked about A&M having a lot of money. But I think when we talk about Texas standards, and again, mainly this comes to football, where for the longest time, it's like Texas has a standard, but at the time that people were really throwing the Texas standard thing out, Texas hadn't been to that standard where they're kind of back at right now. I think in College Station, there's this thought that there's a standard that they've never achieved.
Is there a standard in basketball? Do they hold their basketball program up, on the rafters when it doesn't even belong there? Like I thought A&M basketball was making some moves though with Buzz Williams. I will say that.
Me too. I think the fact that you let that guy get away, that's a huge loss. I mean, because he's not Mike Krzyzewski or anything like that.
I'm serious. Like I really do. I think his career, he's like a 600 coach or in the 600s.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, I think with anything, I mean, I would say, with A&M, I mean, the football program had its moments. Thank you, Johnny Manziel. I mean, you go back and take that, the R.C. Slocum time. I mean, when they were dethroning Texas in the Southwest Conference and they won a Big 12, beat Kansas State in that championship game, Sir Parker. I mean, it's little bitty moments, with the football team that have kind of put them in a really good spot. And I think Johnny Manziel really elevated them. But you look at the baseball program, now the baseball program, Jim Schlossnagle. Now that one is kind of one where there was you could say that there's a standard, but there's obviously a disconnect there somewhere, because you would think conceivably you could get a dude to leave Ole Miss to come to Texas A&M, and it was like nope, and it didn't take a lot of time for him to nix the offer. No, that's right. Concerning. If you're
just checking on Buzz Williams' overall career win percentage is .621. So,
well, that's.
But I mean, the dude gets to the tournament. He gets his team to the tournament. So
yeah, he does. So yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out what direction they go next. I would assume they'll maybe chase down, try to get a call into Grant McCaslin at Texas Tech. But if you're that dude, I mean, are you going to leave Lubbock for College Station?
I don't think you do. Right? I think if there is. They won't want to admit this, but if there is a spot, it'll be the Beard move from Tech to Texas, right? Like I don't think you're leaving Lubbock for College Station, right? You might leave Lubbock for Austin but I don't. It's a step down in my opinion. I think Tech's program is honestly better than Austin's too, in my opinion.
Oh, no doubt.
Texas Tech's program is way better than the University of Texas.
Yeah, and you just, I mean, if you're Texas Tech and Grant McCaslin in there, newer to the program, I mean, you were just this close to advancing, but you stepped on yourself and didn't. So why do you leave that for A&M? I mean, I'm going to continue moving forward in Lubbock, to be honest with you. So
No, I got you. All right, we kind of talked a little bit about this on Monday too. Texas, and I agree with everybody, right? I was trying to have a conversation in some arguments on Monday, but I agree that Texas doesn't have the most prominent basketball program. Okay. But are there not resources and are there not bags that you can throw at people when you're not the best or the most marquee basketball program out there, but you do have resources? Like, and I guess thinking back to this, if I'm a marquee head coach and I'm looking at other organizations out there like a Maryland, right? And thankfully we didn't get Buzz Williams, and I would not have wanted Buzz Williams as Texas's coach.
Yeah.
I'll just say that. There are other coaches out there that lure away from other programs or to poach from other programs, or maybe they have some contractual, agreements or renewals coming up that you can probably get in someone's ear and lure them over here, right? You don't really have to poach. But I would think that maybe instead of the coach wanting to just kind of sit in with, the next, I guess, general in command or general in waiting, wouldn't you want to take a program that hasn't actually had that general yet and be the first general to ever get to the top? I'm using general as a bad analogy here, but you guys understand what I'm trying to get. Like, wouldn't you want to be that head coach to finally say, hey, Rick Barnes kind of got here, flirted with it, almost got to the top of the mountaintop, but I got my crew to the summit. I got my crew to the apex. Like, we actually made it. RT took a team pretty far, but no one actually got to the top. I was actually able to get to the apex. Like, if I'm that coach and I'm the first person to do it at Texas with the resources and with the fan base that Texas has, because we are trying to make this a basketball program. We have tried to make this a basketball program. At least it feels like that since I've been here for the decade and a half that I've been here in Austin. We have tried to make this a basketball school, right? It just won't take for some reason. But what happens if it ultimately takes? That coach won't just be like coach of the year. He will be he will go down in eternity as long. You want to talk about Longhorn legends and Longhorn legacies. That first person to reach that apex will live in infamy.
Yeah, and that's where
you want to be. That wouldn't you want to welcome on that challenge?
And I think for Sean,
we're all wired differently, Rodney. I'll just say that.
Yeah. And I think for Sean Miller, I think that was probably a lot of the intrigue right there, because he's 56 years old. So that's a guy.
I'm content with Sean Miller, but I'm just saying.
Me too. And that's where I think that's a guy you've got 15 to 20 years of tread life still in that dude. God forbid something happens that you don't know about, which does happen from time to time. But this is a guy that can come in and put his stamp on the program and build it, because that's what Beard was going to be. And of course, that didn't work out.
You see the success where Xavier, to Arizona, back to Xavier. Miller has done that. Miller has had consistent success.
Yeah, exactly. It's like with the Texas basketball program. I mean, even back to Tom Penders. I mean, I'm going as far back as Tom Penders, to where they've been at that. Remember the Bum Phillips knocking on the door? Next year we're going to kick the sumbitch in. That they've been at the kicking in the door, but they've never been able to kick that sumbitch in, and that's happened 4 times. So it's been there. They've just never been able to get to that other point. And I think this is where we, as Texas basketball, follow it, cover it, fan, whatever your role is in this, that you need to have that expectation that it's going to take a little bit of time. Start getting there. When we talk about Mac Brown and the football program and everything, remember, it took Mac a little bit. There were a lot of near misses, remember? And then finally, you get to that point and you hit the upper echelon. And I think for the basketball program, my whole thing with it is, Wags, in a 64, let's say what it is, a 64-team NCAA March Madness tournament, the fact that Texas is not in there is a problem with the program. So
correct. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Correct.
Get that, hit that tournament consistently like you used to do, win a game or two consistently, and then let the other pieces now with NIL and transfer portal wax
will just fall in place.
It's going to fix all the other shit. Yeah. I mean, we've got the 4 best teams in college basketball that are about to embark in the Final Four in San Antonio. And that's because of the transfer portal and NIL. Texas can be at that point. But it's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to take a little bit of time because you're behind the 8 ball.
And I agree with Jake with the war chest comment here. But yeah, like I think, I don't know. Again, we are all wired differently. And I guess just the way that I'm kind of put together here, I would ultimately want that challenge. I would want to be
absolutely
that dude. I would want that fame, right? Like that's we all try to leave a legacy. We all try to leave a footprint on this world before we get off. That would be one hell of a footprint to leave.
Oh, no doubt about it.
that would man. Well, all right. Real quick before we get to the spinning wheel here, our selections for the top 5. We got a lot to choose from today, so we'll do a nice little segment on it here. But then we'll get into some more sports. But also, we got to tell you about audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's abconsultations.com for the website to go to for all the greatest gallery of projects, the selections that you want all across the Austin Central Texas area, whether it's video or audio. They set the standard in video, audio, automation. It's audiovisual consultations. So just give them a call. Again, that number is 512-255-8678. And then just ask for the big guy himself, Tom McKay. He'll come over, he'll give you a consultation, and then he'll say, hey, this TV goes there, that TV goes there, and then we got some audio that we got to put in your house called the Sonos surround sound system. Just ask them all about it. Again, it's audiovisual consultations, and if you don't have an idea of what you want in your house, go to their gallery of projects on their website at avconsultations.com. It's pretty simple. It's an easy website. You can navigate around it pretty simple with a couple of clicks. You get an idea, and then boom, you make the call. 512-255-8678. Tom comes out to you. Bang, bump, boom. You're set up with a perfect situation. There you go.
Yeah, there it is right there. And I'll tell you that there's not a better time to do that. I know a lot of folks say, I need that Tom McKay system for football. Baseball is a great time to have it. I mean, especially now that I have all these Fubos and YouTube TVs and all this different shit that I have to be able to watch my
noise too, right? Like the crowd, like the people cracking the peanuts in the stands too, and while the announcer's telling the story and giving the pageantry of the game.
That's the best part. The wife walks into the studio and I'll have multiple games on, and I keep the sound up. I mean, it's not blaring, it's not like ghetto blasting or anything, but I've got the sound up on all this. And she's like, how can you think? How can you think with all this noise? I said, I'm in here. I'm not thinking. I'm relaxing. I'm zenning out, as they say. Is that the word, zen?
Zen? Yeah, you're zenning out. You're in zen. You know some of the best part about Sunday when football's not on though? Like I'll have a golf tournament on. I'll have the volume all the way up. You know what some of the best sound is? The birds chirping in between the putts.
Yep.
When sure I can listen to Nance, talk golf, but
hello, friends.
Whisper. Yeah, I can listen to him whisper sweet nothings into my ear. But yeah, I also love the birds chirping. I'll have this setup that I have with audiovisual consultations. I'll have the damn sound bars all the way up just to listen to the damn birds and get the ambient sound there, man. Anyways, that number is 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Just give them a shout out, man. Give them a shout out. They'll be over to your house. Ike's already hitting them up. He's going to give Crystal a call, and hopefully they can get some work done for Ike in a fair amount of time, in a decent amount of time. But yeah, that's pretty easy. Simple process.
Hello, friends. What I do here for NASCAR, like on NASCAR Sunday, a lot of times, if there's not anything else that I want to watch in here, I'll have on the front TV, on the main facing TV, I'll actually have the race in real time. And then on the back two right here, I'll have this one, 5 seconds behind. I'll have this one 10 seconds behind, to where when the race is actually going, it's like at the stadium, those banners around the stadium where it's like,
oh, I got you. I was wondering why you would have it on delay, but
crazy.
It's
crazy. And I'll turn the volume down a little bit on these other two, so you have the sound.
Clever, from the pretty clever, my dude.
Don't bullshit around, man. I don't bullshit around. And
I got you. You still got to get your ass over here and play this VR F1 game, man.
I know. Got to make it happen.
Louis Hamilton to the red.
Hamilton to the red already got thrown out and DQ'd. McCall Custom Homes will set you up if you need a home remodel. If you're doing a bathroom like I am, or a kitchen renovation, need to add a second story, you need a brand new home, whatever it is, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are there to take care of you. Check out their gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com. For over 40 years, this family-owned Central Texas-based business has been just setting a standard for top quality workmanship. The trades are amazing, and they will leave you with a glorious looking project, building value into your home. It is McCall Custom Homes. I hear staples going on over there. I don't know what they're doing, but I know what they're doing today. They're hanging mirrors. So I'm going to go in there and look at myself here in a little bit in the mirror. 512-633-9580. You can call or text our man Mike. They will get you a free estimate right now. So get a hold of them, mention to them that you heard about them right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they will take care of you. Also will take care of you that car, truck, SUV, brand new or pre-owned whip that you're looking for. One place to go, Cobra BK.
It's really a family experience. I walked in the showroom today and everybody greeted me by name. How are you doing? What's going on? How's everything going?
From a price standpoint, from a customer service perspective, just conversation when you come in, it feels no pressure. I want to buy cars here.
The family buying car experience, one of the best that you will ever have.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, friends. Nobody beats Covert deal. Not now, not ever. Hello, friends. Now that's going to be stuck in my head all day. Why'd you have to mention golf? Hello, friends.
Hello,
Jim
friends.
Nance. We could do top 5 play-by-play guys one day.
You know what? That's a good bit. We're gonna throw that on here. Top 5.
Well,
Top
you and
5
I would be on it.
guys.
We're
Put that on here right now, as a matter of fact.
We're play-by-play guys. It'd be you, BK, and I. We're play-by-play guys. So we'd be on our own list. TSU list. We'd be on our own top 5. Yeah, but the other thing on Beard, the other thought that I had on that, because I know that was a lot of the story yesterday, the fact that he, is not taking that job. I think a lot of what Chris Beard is doing at this point in his career, as he's, gone on, and, the resume speaks for itself. I think Chris Beard may be holding out, especially with what he's doing right now, where he's at, maybe holding out for, because
the dream job.
Yeah, the bigger ones are going to open up because those guys, right?
I agree.
Yeah.
Texas A&M is, you don't need to go to Texas A&M for the next stepping stone.
Exactly.
Okay? Like what you're building with Ole Miss right now, with what you had, is in the situation of what you're doing it in, what you're coming from, I think is going to turn some heads, and it will allow ADs or schools to be like, okay, you know what, this dude, he can still put it together. He still got it. Let's go ahead and give him a second chance. So as long as he can keep the craziness out of his life, I suspect that he will have another opportunity to where he's taking a blue blood somewhere. I mean, I don't think that Texas isn't a blue blood, but Texas, what could have been with Chris Beard.
Because I think that's going to be the part of his career, his legacy, his life, whatever you want to call it, to where that he could have been the one.
That's the shit that bothers you the most, right? That's the what if out there is always the stuff that kicks you in the ass, man.
It's like, imagine you would very likely that you could be getting ready to play in San Antonio if that would have continued. But I think Beard has kind of put himself in a spot.
Yeah, we shouldn't do that to her. Don't torture ourselves.
I know.
We should die. Don't do that.
I know. But I think he's put himself in a spot right now where he's like, look, I'm in a good spot right here. These people love me. And apparently now he's got a contract extension. They have vowed to spend more money when it comes to the things that are important now. Hang around here for a little bit. Wait for one of those big jobs to open up, and one of the other kings steps down, and boom, there you go. And we'll still be saying, even if Texas is at an amazing point at that point, damn, what could have been? It's like that high school girl, man. What could have been?
I don't even do that, brother. I'm good. I'm fine. I don't even think back of what could have been. I've gone down the avenue of success, or I guess the road of success with my marriage. We're good.
You ever hear that old
20 plus years of successful marriage? I don't even worry about what's behind us.
that old song from the 80s by Tiffany that was one of those girls that sang at the mall, not Debbie Gibson, the other one, the dark-headed one. She had a song that said, "I'll never hold what could have been on a cold, lonely night." And that's Chris
I
Beer.
thought it was I Think We're Alone Now. That's the only Tiffany
That's
song
her. She sang that too. All
right. Well, I think we're alone now, Rodney, in doing the Texas top 5, or not the Texas top 5, but Texas Sports Unfiltered top 5 here on Chaos Theory. Let's pull up the share screen here and bring this bad boy up. Windows. Here we go. Bring it to full screen. So we have a slew of topics. Look at all these things we got here.
Damn.
We have opening day performances, I thought, in spirit of Major League Baseball. We have dream cars. We have overrated coaches, unsung actors, adult film stars. I'm not sure how that one got on there, Rodney.
No, that was
sideline reporters, video games. We've already done the video game heroines, female coaches, Mrs. Kim Mulkey, actresses. We got a lot of female vibes going on here. Female vocalists, top 5 play-by-play announcers, what we just talked about. 80s one-hit wonders.
Oh,
That should, I mean, any more you guys keep adding, man. We got some stuff on here. The wheel is getting full. And again, what we talked about now, whenever a category gets selected, we just remove it from the wheel and we keep filling this bad boy up. We need a sponsor for the wheel, Rodney.
yeah, we do.
We're going to need a wheel sponsor.
We do, and we will advertise for you just like Ryan Seacrest does now on the Wheel of Fortune. I watched that last night. There was a lady on there.
Hold on. Time out. Time the fuck out. Pat Sajak's no longer on Wheel of Fortune?
No, man, he retired. It's now Ryan Seacrest. And I was like, no, this dude is everywhere. I don't want Seacrest out to do this. He's actually really good at it. It's very much the same vibe that Pat gave.
He's out, Seacrest.
He's there was a lady on there. Her name last night was Piddle. 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 And she had a chance to win the 1 million, but she didn't get the little thing, and she didn't win fast money. She didn't win shit, but her name was Piddle.
So what Ryan Seacrest do?
Nothing. He's just like, sorry.
Oh, you said Ryan Seacrest is so great. There was this lady on there named Piddle last night. I thought Ryan Seacrest had something to do with the lady named Piddle.
There was a Wheel of Fortune the other day, about a month ago, where a dude won, and that guy's like hugging Seacrest and knocked his ass down. Seacrest busted ass.
How long Seacrest been on this for? I don't watch game shows.
I think it's been like 4 months or so, 5 months. Vanna's still there. Vanna's looking fly as ever. So she's still at it. I don't know how long before they get.
What did Pat just walk? Did Pat Sajak just walk away?
He just retired.
Right.
Yeah,
he retired. He retired about 6 months ago. I'm wondering if he was asked to step away or if he stepped on his own accord.
On his own accord, and
all right.
I didn't hear of any scandals either. So he just left.
Yeah. He kind of had a clean career. I never really heard any shit about Pat.
He wasn't no Richard Dawson. I don't know what him and Vanna.
Yeah, he was not a. Oh, top game show hosts. We got to put game show hosts on here, man.
Absolutely. Bob Barker, my man.
Richard Dawson, you are number one, good sir. You perv. Jesus,
Dick Dawson.
Stay away from my aunt and grandma.
Yeah, big Dick Dawson. Ah, dang it.
It's a Dick Dawson. The Dick Dawson. All right, let's get to this thing after all. All right, ready? Here we go. Let's spin the wheel. Din 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 din. Overrated coaches in the
nice.
Buzz Williams getting selected to the Maryland Terrapins. We have overrated coaches as our top 5 for tomorrow. So
there we go.
All right, now we just take this, make this done, and I will remove this, gents.
So that will be that's like all time, right? All time, all sports.
All time overrated coaches.
All right, very good, very good.
And I just removed. You guys saw that I just removed it from the selector, so now we can continue to move on.
Man, now I'm really.
So we're locked in for top 5 tomorrow.
Now
hey, what else is on the slate?
I keep getting these breaking news alerts about Joe Milton. It's like we know this. We've reported this already. We heard it first.
News?
I don't know why. I guess because they made a move. It's kind of.
You guys, hold on. We're already leading with Dick Vermeil as an overrated coach. Is he?
He's a good crier.
A lot of kickers might not have made that kick. He's got some really good one. I mean, I don't know. They were able to take a lot of his sound bites and put them on the Coors Light commercials. For that, I appreciate. So again, Barry Switzer. I was going to say Barry Switzer, 100% overrated. I'm sure he was fantastic at Oklahoma, but he inherited one hell of a franchise of Jimmy Johnson. So
yeah. Barry Switzer, the coach of the Cowboys that final Super Bowl year was Troy Aikman.
Michael C. with the comment of the day. I named my dog Bob Barker. If you're serious, that's awesome. That is hilarious.
Classic. We've been watching the Barker. If you have Pluto TV, you can watch the Barker era of The Price is Right. It's free service. Yet another service that I have, but I don't pay for it. And you can watch the Barker era and watch him do his thing.
Bob
dude,
Barker.
Hound dog, man. Hound dog was Bob Barker.
Love it, Michael C. All right, what else is on the slate here? Oh, the Dodgers.
Just finding ways, dude. Just finding ways.
I mean, they're not finding ways, right? Like, they have the ways. They're just making the ways happen. They're just waiting for highlighted moments or dramatized moments to where they can actually say, we told you. We're going to break the record. Actually, it's a tied record, I believe, for the first time since 1955, I think. Dodgers going, 8-0. 2 more games, and they get this baby to 10-0, man. Rodney, you think they can get it done?
So I don't know. I need to look at the schedule. I don't know. I don't even know why.
Bravos had them, man. They were down 5-0. They were down 5-0.
Oh yeah. I thought it was done because we were searching last night because I go over and I'm looking for the Astros. I didn't realize they played early, and then I saw they lost again, for crying out loud, and then was looking for the Rangers. Nothing there. So I stumble upon this, and I'm like, going down 7-1 coming up, and yeah, of course it would be Shohei Ohtani walking it off. It's like,
I know
whatever.
he doesn't mean it's just his follow through, right? But when he hits that, he hits the home run, when he hits the long ball, it's almost like Shohei is showing off, right? Because he leaves it out there. He just the bat's up, and he's like just watching it go out, and he's like, oh, another one gone to the fucking moon. The dude just he's a freak show. Every time he comes up, he's must watch television, and I get it, like. If he was on the Orioles, I would love the dude, right? And in fact, if he was, if he was still on the Angels,
me too.
I would still love the guy. But the fact that he took the money and went to the best team, it's some of the softest shit I've ever seen in baseball. Which, again, if you're Dodgers fans, you're loving it. But everybody else, the field is hating it because the best player in baseball went to the best team, or went to the team with the most money, or went to the team that had the best roster at the time, in my opinion. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, it was very much one of those NBA type of situations where making the move right there, you go in there and you place yourself in that juggernaut, and it's like, okay, it's kind of. I mean, you hate to say like kids where like it's not that's not fair. That's not fair. Come on, man. But
I know what you mean. I hate to use the word fair in sports. Or fair in life, just because fair it's not what you get in life. It's never going to be fair. Never going to be fair. And yet, Jake brings up a good stat too. Dodgers beat the Yankees record for defending champs ever. Best start by defending champs ever from the 1933 Yankees. 8-0 from the defending world champs here. So again, we'll see if they can climb it and get it to 10 and put this baby to bed, or maybe the Orioles have a chance to come out of the basement here and steal this away while the while the Dodgers go on one hell of a slide, and I can bring in a little bit of green in my pocket.
I tell you what I'm really hoping for, especially right now, is that the Dodgers can kind of stumble around and lose one of the next couple ones, and San Diego gets to 10-0 because they're 7-0 right now, and remember we talked about them last week. What are those teams?
Sleepers coming out of the West.
Yeah.
But does the roster constitute as a dark horse? Like that's my question. Like I think San Diego can be a player, but do they have enough on their roster that kind of moves them over the dark horse? Like, to me, the dark horse are the Snakes, just because I just don't think that they got the marquee names that that some of the Padres do, right? So I think that the Snakes would constitute more as say your dark horse or your sleeper coming out of the West.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to really call San Diego a sleeper when you've got Manny Machado and Tatis, and you've got these guys, but I'd rather them get to 10 first because I'm already over it. Look, I don't dislike the Dodgers, but it's like, man, it's just kind of a given that we knew they were going to be this good. It's like, come on, man, at least tease us that you're not going to be as good as we thought you were going to be, but finding ways to win, man. But yeah, could be the Snakes.
Rays had a hell of a start a couple of years ago too. Speaking of the Rays went down last night. Skeens gets his first win of the season so far. Skeens look good. Last.
Yeah, and I have to tell you, because I thought in the West that it could be the Rangers, that could be the one to kind of come out of the mix right there. And I thought a lot of that would be, based on offense. But, the Rangers at 5-2, it's been pitching. That's actually got the Rangers in a really good spot.
The pitching's only going to get better, right? I mean, we're getting short outs for the pitchers that are rolling out there. I mean, what DeGrom? I don't even think DeGrom went 6. Didn't DeGrom only went 5.5 or 5 and a couple of frames, right?
Yeah.
What DeGrom go?
I think, and he threw 73 pitches, averaged 96.7 miles per hour. So 29 sliders, 11 changeups.
He threw over the weekend, right? DeGrom did.
Mm-hmm. No. So, I mean, a really good start right there, but I thought it would be, the offense. It was good because that's a really great lineup that Texas has, but it's actually been the other. So we'll see if Texas can continue that, because I think they will. I mean, I think they're just going to continue to get better. I didn't expect this early on. I thought it'd be more offensive generated. And to me right now in the West, I mean, it's like, it's Texas. It's early. It's early. I know 7-8 games in, but they're really showing their strength at this point.
All right. Yeah. I just saw, he ended up going 5. I didn't see the pitch count on him, but he ended up going 5. Thanks, Jake, for that pitch count. I mean, I think even, you mentioned how good the pitching's been early for the Rangers. I think it's even going to continue to build, right? Like as long as the arms continue to kind of work themselves into shape instead of getting drawn out and just beaten to death in this, fresh start of the campaign. I'm pretty sure that should bode well for the Rangers. I think they're geared for a decent season, or a good, decent bounce back season from, I guess, from the rated, what do you call that? The rated championship, or I guess the tour year where you're coming off of the damn championship, or you're coming off the World Series year.
Yeah.
The rated championship season, if you want to call it a rookie year and then a rated rookie year.
Yeah, we'll take a look, because I mean, the Astros are just
the defending championship season.
Yeah, and I'm not ready. You remember last year I put the kibosh and put the whatever. Oh, the Astros, whatever, and then they start 14-29 or whatever that.
Well,
was.
it didn't look good out of the gate, right? And then of course, like death and taxes, the Astros win the West. So actually, they didn't win, did they? It was the Mariners, wasn't it?
No, they won. No. Yeah, they won barely. Right at the end,
right.
They won.
You're correct. No, they did win.
Boom. But now it's like, okay, you've lost a lot of pieces, and then if you got people in different places and all that, I'm not going to say that they're not going to win the West, but it's like every time I watch them, I'm like, God, come on. So anyway, we'll see. Very early, too early to worry. Speaking of Houston, we talked about the Rockets yesterday. Rockets clinch. Rockets, I mean, we knew they were going to be in, but how about that? Good
turnaround, especially, from a team a couple of seasons ago that were kind of on the outside looking in and wondering when, they'd be able to build. Jalen Green coming in as a young dude and being able to build around him. I didn't think that the Rockets would have this quick of a turnaround, but I don't even know if they can sustain this. So, like, that's the thing. Is this an anomaly of a season? Now they got some pieces in their front court too, but is this can they continue to build off of that? Until I know the answer shorthandedly, then I can't really sit here and give the Rockets too much of their dues yet. Until, well, I'd have to think that they're probably the better Texas team out of all three of them right now, based off of where the roster status is right now. Once the big three come back, or not the big three, but once the three bigs from Dallas come back and get a full bill of health. And I think Dallas has the better roster at this point until San Antonio makes one more move or one more piece, adds one more little piece to the puzzle. And if that can be a Cooper Flag, I mean, dude, wherever Cooper Flag goes is going to be a nice little addition. They're going to have one hell of a piece with this guy. But if San Antonio gets this dude, they'll have a guard. They'll have one hell of a unicorn at the center piece for him. And then also you're going to have a winger that can go out and be able to take people off the dribble and then also shoot from the perimeter and play some decent defense. So San Antonio will be a complete team there, man.
Yeah, I think this is and of course with the Rockets winning the Southwest Division right there, I mean, this is their opportunity. It's their window because it is going to close depending on what happens with Dallas. But San Antonio really is the one where it's just a matter of
time. Is it going to close or has the window open yet? Well, I mean, clearly the window's open because they're the second seed right now. But
yeah.
But I mean, how long? It's like you said, like how long will this window actually stay open?
It's not going to be open very long because San Antonio really is a sleeper to where it's like it's just a matter of time. And
or Rodney, maybe it's San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston up at the top of the West like it used to be.
Absolutely, and that would be amazing, I think, for Texas NBA fans. But it's like with San Antonio. I know a lot of people were bummed out with the Wemby injury and some of the other stuff that happened, but I'm like, I'm totally fine with that. I'm like, all right, that's fine. I mean,
you weren't going to make a grind and get to the damn play. I mean, you still have a chance, but it ain't going to happen, right? Like,
when the conversation was coming up about maybe get in that play in, and I'm like, no, man, don't do that. Don't do that. Go
rest everybody up.
Yeah, I mean, get your Cooper Flag here if you can. I don't think Cooper Flag would have a problem.
Rest everybody up and play
rest them up. And it's going to be really interesting now with the San Antonio thing because you've got these pieces that are kind of putting themselves all together. I don't think Pop is going to be back, so you're going to turn a corner here somewhere and kind of take that next step and rebuild. It's going to be a really cool story once it happens. But for Houston, this really is your chance right here to make a run. So who would they? I think they would play Minnesota as this goes. So that's the next hurdle. It's like, can you win a playoff series? Can you get in the playoffs and win a series? I think this team can.
Real quick, Ovi watch before we get over and turn it over to the guys. Ovi scored last night, 3 away from breaking the record. 2 to tie here, but the Caps dropped 1 to the bunch of jerks there from Carolina. Hurricanes 5-1 took the Caps down last night. Dallas is in action tonight against the Preds. Make sure you guys are tuning in. If you guys need your hockey fix, again, we told you give Tom McKay a call. Audiovisual consultations 512-255-8678, and you will see some of the best hockey viewing of all time there.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to ask you this from yesterday on the Coda text line from our man Tom McKay. He said, "Ask Wags how my hockey picks are doing." I know I was wrong about the Caps, but
everyone else he's hit. But to Tom's credit, everybody was wrong about the Caps this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe Craig Laughlin was right about the Caps, but he is just a diehard loyal fan of the Caps. But analyst, I guess ice analyst for the Caps, longtime analyst for the Caps, Craig Laughlin. Yeah, he will always feel like the Caps are in a game. So, Tom, tip of the cap, buddy. Every pick that Tom has made, he's looking pretty damn good. So that algorithm, that machine, that madman machine that he has back there selecting all of his ice picks, still good. It's still better than anybody else I've seen out there so far.
There it is.
Ty is pretty good too. Ty is pretty good with the hockey, but I think him and Tom are talking.
Yeah. Top 5 overrated coaches tomorrow. And of course we will have to talk. Hey man, it's like we forgot about it because there's a break. The Final Four, San Antonio, the spot, crown a champion.
I'm 2 of 4 for my Final Four picks.
I got 3.
You got 3. You got 3 of your Final Four in.
Yeah, man. I thought Izzo was gonna. I was hanging my hat there on Izzo, and it just didn't work out. But to tomorrow, it's go time, buddy. Time to get after it. San Antonio is going to be on fire.
I started off pretty hot, and
I'm
kind of fading a little bit now, man. Kind of fading.
Even
dropped it. We're doing a family bracket contest too. I was destroying everybody, and now my son's kind of taken over. So
yeah,
everybody pick Duke, man. You got to go when everybody's going, when the field's going with one team. You got to kind of break the trend, right? And you got to you got to have that differential out there. It's, what do they call it? They call it I forgot what they call it in DFS, man. I used that terminology in so long, but yeah, they call it breaking the grain or going against the other trend.
Yeah. There's one league that I'm in, Wags, where I'm actually in first place. I am in first place. There's 3 people.
But you know what? Tracy made your picks, though. You didn't even pick them. It was
I just use one bracket. I just use one bracket, but it's like there are 3 people in there, and I'm in first. So, and again, I'll tell you whose fault my
and Jason, congratulations, all 4 in, all 4. Matter of fact, put a 1 in the chat or put a 4 in the chat if you got all 4 of your picks in.
It's our man Walsh. I mean, I had my bracket, and then we had Walsh on, and Walsh and I are all geeking out over here talking about all the upsets that were going to happen. I change all this stuff, and I'm in 54.
You on Al. Usually that's what I used to do back in my 30s. Like when something went wrong, I blamed it on Walsh, and it got me. My wife bought it for a little while. Wait until Tracy gets up to the game here. And then you're going to be up shit creek without a paddle, amigo.
I think
you can't blame it on Walsh for the rest of your life.
I know. We're going to need to get Walsh. We're going to need to get Walsh back on here after somebody hits 10.
You're only bringing Walsh on to be a scapegoat. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm like apologizing. I'm like, he caused all my mischief over here in the bracket thing, but we need to get him back on and get his expert advice. Wait, what?
Honey, it was Walsh, I promise.
It was Walsh. Walsh did it. Walsh did it. Don't forget, friends, go get a burrito today. It's National Burrito Day.
Where are you going? Freebird? I'm going to Luna's.
I like I said, if I'm going to be on the road, which I think I am, I need to verify that. It's probably going to be a Taco Bell. It's going to be one of those easy things. If I hang around, if I actually for some reason don't need to be in San Antonio until tomorrow, I may do the Luna's. I have not been to that place. Have you been to the place?
Been to Luna's?
I haven't. Have you been to the place across the road from there, right next to the spaghetti place, to Nikki's Taqueria Arendinas? That son of a gun is a damn good one too. That's
but in that little shopping center right there.
Yeah, by the Ho Ho. It's next to the Ho Ho.
I know what you're talking about. I just hadn't been to that.
Yeah,
been there yet. Yeah, you got to go to Luna's, dude. Go to Luna's today.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to dictate your life for you, but Luna's is, if you're looking for a good burrito, and it's right there in our little neighborhood, man. So check Luna's out, dude. Right there.
It used to be a 7-Eleven, then a Subway, and now Luna's. But I shit you not, every time I go by there, it's like we're open. And there are times that I'm driving through there pretty late at night. We're open. I'm like, damn, that's what it's all about. Because even like the Taco Bells and Taco Cabana and all these different places, hell, now they close. It's like you look in the light, it's all dark in there.
No,
I need 24 hours.
Luna's, man. That's where I'm heading, amigo. All right, anything else we got to get to on the sports slate before we turn it over to the guys?
Speaking of that, let's bring this dude in here. Jordan,
what's up, Jordan?
National Burrito Day. You got a burrito spot?
I don't. I mean, Chipotle, I guess.
There you go.
Chipotle.
Yeah. I don't know. I like Freebirds too, but there's not too many of them up here.
Are you a chicken, bean, or a chicken, beef, or steak burrito guy?
I go steak.
Steak?
Yeah. Steak.
See, I feel like the steak is too chewy. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's not real. Maybe it's like a steak-em or it's not real steak. But I also feel like that about the chicken, right? And the beef. So
I don't know. What I just hate is whenever I'm in a rush and I can't go in Chipotle and order myself, so I do the Chipotle, because every time it feels like there's less food in that thing. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. And also, buddy, they're pushing out all the stuff that's going to turn too, by the way. So you don't get to pick the freshest stuff. They're putting the stuff out there. That's why, like, when I go to HEB and I do my curbside groceries, I never get dairy products. I go in and get the dairy products firsthand, because they're usually going to give you the stuff that's usually out of date or it's getting ready to turn just at the next day. And then what good's a gallon of milk? What good's a gallon of milk if you buy it and the next day right out of the store it's already expired? That's what they do to you, man. So Jordan, good on you for not.
You know, I thought you were smarter than that. That's why you just.
I am. I haven't ordered it.
That's why you just get the smaller ones. Those usually expire.
Man, we go through like a gallon and a half of milk at least a week.
Damn, that's good.
Yeah, would you drink what? How much you drink? You drink a lot, don't you?
I mean, I really only put it in coffee. Like, I maybe have cereal once a month. So I'm usually pretty good.
I thought I was having a conversation with one of y'all, and one of y'all said that you drink 2 gallons a week. No, never mind. That was my buddy Brian. My bad.
I was about to say.
No, my buddy Brian drinks about 2 gallons a week.
Okay.
Man, Jake, I'll happily take the white girl label for going to Chipotle. I go to Starbucks all the time as well. Like, I have no shame.
Right there, my man.
All right, National Burrito Day, guys. We're gonna head out. I'm going to Luna's Tacos. Will, good to see you, buddy.
Good to see the two of you. Sorry we couldn't get a little more crosstalk here. But
oh no, it's all good, man. It's all good.
No, you're not. Will's like, oh, good. I'm coming on late. Get these dillweeds out of here. Just kidding, man. Just kidding.
All right, gents. We'll see you guys, man. Hey, don't forget about National Burrito, guys. National Burrito Day. Make sure you get out there and eat your burrito. Steak for Jordan. Will, what is it for you?
I'll take steak.
Yeah, hey, give me like 10 seconds. I have to open my my door. My girlfriend's mom is about to drop the dog off. So
go ahead. Drop the dog off. Drop the dog off. But yeah, so we just kind of talked about this. I'm not really a steak burrito guy. Usually I think it's too chewy. It's not really quality steak meat, if you want to ask me. Beef and bean is usually my way to go for the burritos. But chicken burrito, if it's real fresh. But if you're going to like a Chipotle, can't really go with the steak or chicken route. Usually I go with the beef route. Now, Luna's Tacos is fresh meat. So it's excellent steak and it's also excellent chicken. So if you're going to a mom and pop shop, you're good. But if you're going to like a commercial chain restaurant, like a Chipotle, then I kind of stay away from the steak or the chicken. I usually stay with just the beef.
Patrick, Allsips, the store. Nice. QT, the QT.
There you go. There you go. There's little $3 burritos that have been in there for 7 days. Love it.
Love it.
All right, gents. We're out of here, man. Have a great
show. Sir. We'll see you. Well, happy Thursday morning. Welcome to the Lone Star Playbook. I'm Jordan Scruggs. That's Will Turboff. I Beaver Lance Jason. The Starbucks food, I never get it unless I'm just that hungry and that lazy to not go stop somewhere else. But
I've done that before.
It's not the best.
Egg sandwich, it's not good, but it'll get you through a morning.
I've never had a Starbucks cake pop. Don't give me those allegations. But I guess we'll just roll right into it. So, not too many things that have happened since our show yesterday, but we'll get to them as the show goes on. The first thing I want to talk about, and this is a story I wrote up yesterday. The biggest remaining needs for Texas in the transfer portal. The transfer portal will open April 16th. It'll be open through April 25th. And in addition to, I guess, the regular players that have to go in that window, grad transfers can enter at any time. Or if you're a player like at Stanford who fires their coach in the spring, you have a window to go into the portal freely for up to 30 days after that coach has been fired. That is how the Stanford edge, David Bailey, has already been in the portal taking visits. So for me, I went with tight end. I think that would have been what I selected regardless of Jordan Washington getting hurt and missing spring ball. But, that accelerated it. It's not a good situation by any means. Right now, the only scholarship tight ends going through spring ball, Spencer Shannon, Will Randall, Imari Winston. Spencer Shannon is working with the first team right now, and that is not necessarily a good thing. He's more of an inline blocker. He actually arrived at Texas with only 8 receptions in his entire high school career. You're probably like, well, how did that happen? Why would Texas take him? Modern day, they used him basically as an inline blocker and also run a ton of 12 personnel like Texas does, where he was not running routes. So he basically, I'm not going to say he had to learn to catch the ball at Texas, but that was where he needed to develop the most, was in the receiving game, route running, actually catching the ball, depth on routes. Obviously there's a lot more nuance to it, but, those are the main things. And didn't play a single snap as a true freshman, redshirted in 2023, and then played 171 snaps in Texas, in all 16 of Texas's games in 2024. But only 58 of those snaps came on offense and not special teams. So Very, very, very little experience, even though he has played, a 16-game season. They cannot go into the season with Spencer Shannon either as tight end 1 or tight end 2. If they want to continue truly competing for national championships. Jordan Washington was the easiest guy to slot in as tight end 1 from the current group. But, I do think they're going to look for an instant starter at that position. They swung and missed on Max Clare, the Purdue transfer who ended up at Ohio State. Someone at Texas told me they thought he was too light, like his weight. He needed to weigh more to play in the SEC. I honestly kind of just thought that was an excuse that they didn't want to pay what Ohio State paid. I wish they would have told me that because I think that is what happened. But they didn't get him, and that was the only tight end they really pursued. So the tight end market, I have no idea what it'll look like in April. The April portal window is traditionally much worse than the winter window in terms of overall talent. But I do think this is probably going to be the most active April portal window we've seen. Programs, they got a lot better at playing roster defense, retaining their roster. And a lot of guys stayed at the schools they were at previously in the winter window when several teams were expecting them to enter the portal and end up at their school. So with the April window, it's going to be the last push schools make to get the players they've been tampering with actually in the portal. So I am truly, truly, truly fascinated to see what this window will look like because I think it could either be really good, really bad, maybe in between. But, no one knows. So we'll see. But tight end, do you have any other thoughts on that position group?
No, I was just going to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying about what this portal could portal class could look like just nationally because the first one really with settlement and, the house settlement and the revenue sharing in mind. So, I think it's going to kind of set the pace for how springs in the next few years look and really what the portal looks like in the next few years because it's the first time where, players officially have those numbers and have, the schools have those numbers and they can communicate those between each other. So that'll be really interesting to see if, maybe there's way less guys once they realize that they're making a set amount and, schools have more to offer than they originally thought. We may see more guys in the portal and we may see a whole lot less. So either way, I think it's going to be a big difference from a spring class in the past 2 years. It'll either be a good amount more or a good amount less. So on the tight end side, I wish I had an answer. I feel like I said this yesterday. I wish there was just an answer. I wish there was a name that I could give you that would fit in, great with Texas. There's just no one that comes to mind. I think you're going to have to take a swing on a younger guy if you don't want to break the bank here. And if you're going out for a receiver, then you can't break the bank on a tight end because Texas has, had their fair share of transfer portal tight ends. And I give you two of the names. Amari Niblack, who is no longer with the program after a year, would have been in, the whole tight end conversation we should start it every time with. Amari Niblack would be the starter if he just hadn't left. And then Jaleel Billingsley, who was a big swing and miss for Texas, had some issues and, never really played for Texas. So, the Sarkisian track record for tight ends is not great. They're very lucky to have gotten a man by the name of Shavian Sanders when that staff started here. And then recruiting Gunnar Helm to the program the following year, really helped out. But apart from those two, it's been pretty tough recruiting tight ends, both out of the high school ranks and out of, the transfer portal. So it's a big point of emphasis. I think this is one, a recruiting defining take for Jeff Banks.
Yeah, and one thing too, I think is interesting. This is year 5 of the Sark era, right? This is the first time there's no one in that tight end room that they inherited. And it's the first time they're starting a tight end that this staff themselves signed. and look at the situation it's in. Like, I know everyone, tar and feathered Herman, and for obvious reasons, but like at the end of the day, like it is kind of wild how much value Sark and the rest of that staff got out of the roster they inherited. Think about how many of those defensive linemen were Herman's guys that are now NFL draft picks. Now, it took some of them some time, some of them 5-6 years, but still, I mean, like that, it shows a lot. And with Texas and Banks, like Spencer Shannon, Jordan Washington, Will Randall, Imari Winston, those are all his guys, all of them. He hasn't lost a tight end to the portal that he signed out of high school at Texas. So it's not like he's, lost anyone. So Jeff Banks, I think he's a stellar recruiter. They don't get Colin Simmons. They don't get several of those other I-20 corridor recruitments without him. And he does a lot of help in, being a secondary recruiter for a guy that's not in his position group. But when you really look at the tight end room, it probably is a little weaker than you thought it'd be with what Jeff Banks' reputation is. So that being said, I think Nick Townsend is an NFL player and has by far and away the most NFL potential of anyone in that tight end room at Texas right now, but he doesn't get there till June. And I know Kelvin Banks, I brought this up yesterday. I know he didn't get there till June, and he was the best offensive tackle in the Big 12, by week 1, week 2. But like Kelvin Banks statistically is arguably the best player that's ever come through Texas in my lifetime. And you can't put that expectation on Nick Townsend. You just can't. It's unfair. And I mean, shit, look at Jatavian Sanders, what he did in high school. He didn't play at all year one outside of on special teams. So I think Townsend is most definitely going to end up playing special teams as a freshman. I mean, he's one of the most coachable kids and all that. Or, Will, give me a sec. Sorry. She just dropped the dog off.
All right. Like Jordan was saying, Nick Townsend is another one, where I said that, if Amari Niblack doesn't leave, this whole tight end conversation doesn't happen. And I believe that was not a great decision on his end. And I think Jordan would feel the same way. I think a lot of people would feel the same way. The second part of that is that if Nick Townsend was just if he was on campus, I don't know how we just got Jordan's. There we go.
Sorry about that.
I said mentioned the Amari Niblack part of this, but it's also like if Nick Townsend was on campus in January, I don't think we'd be too worried at all either, because I think Nick Townsend would have already emerged as the best player in that room. And like you said, it is possible that once he moves in June and goes through summer camp, then that's still the thought, but it's going to be a lot harder. It's not an easy position to play. It's, as a guy who played a couple of different positions in high school, it might be a little bit hard for him to adjust. So, two guys that I think we'd want to see in the tight end room the most right now are Amari Niblack and Nick Townsend, and neither one of them are there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that. I think that Washington and Spencer Shannon would be serviceable as the 1 and 2 tight ends. But if Jordan Washington gets hurt again, they're fucked. Like you can't have your tight end 1 be a guy who caught 8 passes in high school and expect it to work out and him actually be a receiving threat or someone that defenses would respect as a receiving threat. You can't do that. Will Randall's been on campus 2 years. He hasn't played a snap. I'm not really expecting him to ever do much, right? At least on the field and in games. You have an intriguing walk-on, Ridge Barker, but not sure what the opportunities will look like him come the season. And then Imari Winston, who's a 6'2", 240, 245-pound true freshman from Georgia, who actually had like 2 season-ending injuries in his high school career. He's, I don't want to call him Quinn Ewers injury prone, but he's injury prone as well. And while I do think Nick Townsend is physically going to be ready to play year 1, even after only being on campus for 2 months, I'm not so sure about Imari Winston. He showed up with some baby fat on him, which has, been cut off, and he's still physically developing, but he's going to need some time. So Just go get another tight end. At least gives you the depth in case Washington does get hurt. You have someone else to catch passes besides Spencer Shannon or a true freshman, Nick Townsend. It's a big need, and I mean, it is going to be a pivotal point in Jeff Banks' career at Texas. Everything that we mentioned with who he is as a recruiter, you would have expected more out of the tight end room in the state it's currently in. So, we'll move on. The next one is receiver. I mean, for me, I was who ranked these in order, but I think pretty much everyone else would have ranked it, similarly. Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, those are the only receivers that have caught a pass, and they're both, likely to miss the rest of spring ball. Wingo and Moore, their timeline, it's, indefinite, but they're either going to be limited all of spring or, pretty much the majority of it. So right now they're going through spring ball with a receiver group of Parker Livingstone, Aaron Butler, Jamie French, Michael Terry, Dalen McCutcheon, and Kalik Lockett. 4 of them true freshmen, 2 of them redshirt freshmen. And Aaron Butler played 1 snap as a freshman. It was when Texas needed the ball versus Florida at the end of the game. And then Livingstone played primarily special teams. So getting, a true impact player who can come in and start day one, they'll have a hell of a pitch to make. Just be like, hey, look what A.D. Mitchell, Matt Golden, Isaiah Bond did. We want to do the same thing with you. Ryan Wingo, he could scare away some guys considering, that's likely receiver 1 no matter what. He will have had 2 years under his belt with Arch Manning. We'll see what that receiver looks like Texas ends up getting, but they're going to need 1. And I also think they could potentially get 2, depending on what the market looks like, the players of that position, and, what the price tags are. So they're going to need another receiver to some degree because, in the SEC, with the current group they have healthy, I wouldn't be worried about Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and the freshmen and redshirt freshmen. I'm not worried about them competing with a Kentucky or a Mississippi State. But you can't beat a Georgia with those guys because you're playing an entire secondary that's going to be NFL draft picks. And you can't expect 18-year-olds to compete with them every single snap and routinely win. You need veteran experience at the position, someone that has experience starting at the Power 4 level, and someone who fits the offense and can plug and play. And one thing that's important to remember, the SEC's interconference transfer rules. You can only transfer from an SEC program to another SEC program in the winter window. So every position we're talking about, Texas is going to have to go get that from the ACC, the Big 10, the Big 12, or a G5 conference because they can't get anyone out of the SEC without them sitting out a year. So, and I didn't realize that when you asked me about Eugene Wilson and Jacoby Lane, or I'd forgot about it. Or else I would have said Jacoby Lane. Yes, I mean, I did say Jacoby Lane yesterday, but
you said Makai Lemon as well. I've got a name for you, Jordan. Let's talk a couple names before we get to the next position because I was thinking about this over the past, 24 hours. The big one for me, I have known him for years and years. He was playing in the SEC, but did not, this past year out of Fort Bend Hightower. A guy by the name of Caleb Douglas, currently at Texas Tech, put up 877 yards, 6 touchdowns on 60 receptions this past season. He's 6'4", 205. He's the big body guy, I think, that I expect Texas to go get here. You know anything about Caleb Douglas? Would you like this move?
I saw some of him at Tech last year, but what was his stat line?
Yeah. 877 yards, 6 touchdowns on 60 receptions.
My bad. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Sorry. I must have been reading the chat and just blanked out. I'm sorry. No, he was cold as hell. Like cold as hell.
Yeah.
In Hightower. I had a buddy who had this crazy one-hand catch video of him. I think they were playing Katy Pato. I think in the playoffs. It was like the round 1 game of the playoffs. That was when Pato went to state and won a 5A state championship with 6A numbers. Just like Richmond Randall did this year. But Caleb Douglas, I'm not quite sure if he will be in the portal. The guy's actually got to go in the portal first. And I don't remember Texas really recruiting him. Didn't he end up at Florida like last minute? And he was one of the first signees of the Napier staff, right?
I want to say that he was actually committed to Louisiana. I'm going to take a look at this because he was he was either committed to the Dan Mullen staff and then, became a Napier commit. Let's see here. In the class of 22, he might have been a Baylor commit. I'll be real quick.
I remember he signed with Florida late, and that was right when Napier staff got there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he was uncommitted, it seems like. Oh, he was committed to, I remember this now. He was committed to Baylor from June to August of 21. He was then committed to USC from August to November of 21. Obviously, November of 21, a couple things have happened at USC by that point. What's his face is no longer there, and Lincoln Riley is. Shakes up a lot of things. At the time, Caleb Douglas looks at like Maryland, I want to say Indiana, Purdue, and the Texas Longhorns offer on December 10th, 2021, which I did not remember, but must not have made a big push there. That was right around the same time that Matthew Golden was offered.
Yeah.
And Matthew
Now
Golden
that I
did not
think
take that
about it,
opportunity either.
Yeah, I'm sure Texas, retroactively speaking, would have loved to have signed one of those guys. Because, Will, can you remember the one receiver signing they had in 2022?
Brennan Thompson,
who now plays at Mississippi State.
Yeah.
So,
okay,
yeah.
Jordan, do you want to break this up for just a second to
Go
talk
ahead.
about this comment from Edward? Because, yes, this is something we were going to get to today. Toa Katoa, if you don't know, 6'5", 365 interior offensive lineman out of Euless Trinity, who I actually had a crystal ball in favor of the Longhorns for. Put that in here about a month and a half ago. Felt pretty confident based on the way, a conversation that I had with him late in February. So he drops this top three last night of SMU, Oklahoma, and Texas A&M. No Texas there. He does have an official visit scheduled to Texas, so time will tell if that still happens. This kind of took us all for a swing last night. But, not something that we were expecting at all. Obviously, I wasn't with that pick in. So, as Texas is kind of, I think there's a thought here that maybe Texas has moved on. But it's hard to think that, especially considering that almost all of the guys still left on this O-line board are offensive tackles. You go down the list, and Turntine is basically the only one. I guess you can consider, Zayden Krempin.
Sam Utu
as well. So Toa Katoa is somehow at the bottom of that group of interior linemen. Or he's at the top and he's decided that Texas is not a good fit anymore. But that was not the feeling that we've gotten throughout this recruitment. We've always thought that it was going to be a good, cultural, personal fit between, Texas and Toa Katoa. So really interesting here. Like I said, it took us all for a swing last night.
Yeah, and I think with Katoa too, what's worth bringing up, like you said, we don't know if this is Texas moving on or Katoa moving on. I can honestly see both sides happening. They both make sense to me. I'm not trying to be negative about him, but Kyle Flood is not like he's a very good recruiter. He gets a lot of good players to Texas, but he's not the most personable guy. Michael Vasusi told me that. Lamont Rogers told me that. Guys at Texas signed last year told me that. But they wanted to play for him because of his developmental track record and that they knew they'd get developed as they played for him. But some guys have different priorities. Some want to be super, super tight with their coach, even though they might leave a month after they sign. But, relationships are important. I understand it. Toa Katoa is incredibly tight with his family. It is not my story to tell, but they have gone through a lot, and especially in the last 5 years. That being said, relationships, family stuff, and just ties to program, it's extremely important to him. They're not picking his school based off who's going to pay him the most. They're picking the school based off who makes them feel like family. And I think OU and SMU have definitely done a better job than Texas at that. I can't speak for A&M because I think Adam Cushing is similar to Flood, to where he's not very personable. Or at least that's what I've heard thus far in a year or so he's been in College Station. But if this was Katoa passing up on Texas, it would not surprise me because of what I just said. Family and relationships are extremely important to him. And I think he's going to SMU. SMU, we talked about it yesterday, the day before. They hired his cousin, Jake Longy. Jake Longy is the reason he got recruited early on and had all the offers he had. That is going to be a relationship that is extremely challenging for any school to overcome. They also have the proximity advantage. We had always, a big part of expecting him at Texas was we knew he wanted to be in state lines. We knew he wanted to be close to home. And he can achieve and check every single box that is important to him in his recruitment by going to SMU. It's a Power 4 conference. He gets to play early. They have his cousin on staff. It's right down the street from him in Euless compared to College Station or Norman. It just makes so much sense. So I'm not the one at the crystal ball. You are. But if I was in your shoes, I would probably change it to SMU eventually because that's my best guess here for this recruitment. But a really good kid, a really good family, and someone who I think is going to be really successful at the college level for sure. And someone I think we're both rooting for. You know, yeah. I really like catching up with that kid, and comes from a great family and just a great kid. So, yeah. But I guess going back to other remaining needs. So receiver or tight end and receiver were easily the first two for me, no question. After that, I originally had linebacker at 3 and defensive line at 4, but I switched it from defensive line 3 to linebacker at 4, and let me tell you why. Well, Texas, they're replacing 4 defensive linemen who played at least 250 snaps last year. Vernon Broughton, Alfred Collins, Jermaine Lole, and Bill Norton. It was, other guys ended up playing, of course, as well, like Alex January and I guess Ray Bledsoe and Sadir Mitchell. But the primary rotation, it was a 4-man rotation with those 4 guys if we're just counting the interior D linemen, not when they shifted Barron, Sorrell, or Ethan Burke inside. So they have all those snaps to replace. They need 4 guys to replace them. They got 3 transfers, Cole Brevard, Hero Canoe, Travis Shaw, and then they bring back on scholarship Alex January, Melvin Hills, and then the 3 freshman newcomers, Justice Terry, Josiah Sharma, and Myron Charles. I think January is an easy bet to be in that 4-man rotation based off all the reviews we've heard. He's had a great spring. Only played 94 snaps and only 13 at Texas's 16 games. But, again, this is a guy I would expect to either start or be in the 2nd-man rotation. Cole Brevard, Travis Shaw, what we've heard, I expect them to also be in that rotation. So that's 3 of the 4 men in that 4-man rotation. But Hero Canoe, is he going to be ready yet? Because this is a kid who didn't play football until 2021. He grew up in Germany, moved to the States, went to a few camps. People offered him because he was a ridiculous athlete for his size. But again, he had never played organized football until 2021. That was 4 years ago. He had 3 years at Ohio State. At Ohio State, he never played more than 137 snaps, and he has 2 years of eligibility remaining. But can he contribute this year? Is he ready to play in the SEC? His 4th year ever playing football, or 5th year. I'm not sure. So with that being said, I do think they should go get another defensive lineman out of the portal. I'd like to think of the group of Melvin Hills, Justice Terry, Josiah Sharma, Myron Charles. They could get at least one of those guys to 100 plus, 150 plus snaps. But I think you're in a much better boat if you can get someone like a Cole Brevard or a Travis Shaw that has starting experience in the Power 4 and not a developmental upside take like a Hero Canoe, or not someone that's just a body like a Trill Carter. Like, I remember when I found out Texas was hosting Trill Carter on a defensive line visit, you look up his PFF stuff, you look up his tape, and it was like, why are they taking this guy? He was literally just a body. He had like no role besides just serving depth. And he served it. It made sense, but in today's day and age where you have to pay all these portal D linemen ridiculous numbers, they can't do that. They need someone who can actually fit into that 4-man rotation, I think, because I'm not sure if Hero Canoe will be ready. So those are kind of my thoughts on the D-line. I didn't know if you had anything else you wanted to
add. Nothing much there. We kind of talked about it yesterday in terms of there could be a player or two in the defensive line room that is dealing with some injuries that may never go away. Cough, Vasic. And that is, I think, kind of the point of emphasis when you're going in the portal, is that we need guys that are durable, because it's not like he's expected to be the biggest contributor in that room, but not having him, and we're not sure if that'll be the case, but as history shows over the last 2 years, it's hard to keep him on a field for any longer than a couple months. Texas is going to have to go for durable guys that are willing to maybe sit back a little bit, because what we've heard about Alex January makes me feel like he's going to be a complete force in the 25 season, and that doesn't, with your two portal guys, that doesn't leave a ton of room behind them, because we know what the edges will do, and we know the stats they'll put up between Colin Simmons and Trey Moore, and Ethan Burke. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. So, Texas is looking. This is going to be hard because Texas is looking for kind of like the last guy in that defensive line room, like the missing piece. The missing piece isn't going to be the biggest contributor. It's not even going to be close. He probably won't be top 5. But he is expected to be a consistent starter, or at least a guy that consistently plays 100 snaps a game. And I think that's going to be pretty hard to find in the portal. It's going to be someone there's going to be a couple defensive linemen that think they're going to come to Texas and play hero ball, and they're going to be the saving grace for this line and that defense. That is not what Texas needs, not even close to it. Which is why I like the idea. We don't know what he looks like yet. Neither one of us were out at practice last week, and we haven't really been able to see him. But Hero Canoe, like if Hero Canoe is ready, then you just slot him in. You don't need to go mess with the portal and tamper and do all this. It's not really necessary. Like, you have a guy there. If you feel like Justice Terry is ready, like, don't worry about it. If you're going to go on, if you still want, just for numbers sense, you want one more, you feel like you're going to lose a guy, and then go take someone young, go take someone that just signed to a program that's fed up, or take a 24 signing. I feel like I said this earlier or yesterday about another position, but that is kind of that's how I feel about Texas in the portal. Apart from tight end and wide receiver, I don't think we should be getting, I don't think Texas should be getting experienced players here. Almost mixed in a we there.
I know, but Will, think about this. Let's say Hero Canoe is ready and they have a 4-man rotation. What happens if one of those guys gets hurt? Because I think Justice Terry can rotate in, but he's still a true freshman playing in the SEC. And trust me, I know the ranking, all the other stuff. I've seen him in person. You can't count on him for more than anything around 100, 150 snaps and not have, I feel like, unrealistic expectations. Like, how many true freshman interior defensive linemen can you think of in the SEC?
Not a lot, but
yeah,
that was my point. Is that
but with the others, Melvin Hills, I love that guy. I love that kid. I love covering him. But if Texas didn't take him, he was going to Tulane. So I'm not sure if he's ready in year 2. I know he's a locker room favorite and all that, but not sure if he's ready in year 2. Josiah Sharma, he didn't actually really play the defensive line position until his senior year. He basically was just this big jumbo athlete that would show up to camps and would throw people around as an offensive tackle. And then they're like, hey, we shouldn't make him go through testing data or testing drills. He went through testing drills, had ridiculous explosive stuff. And then at that camp he was at, Oregon offered him at D-line. Everyone else offered him at D-line because they're like, he's a much better defensive line prospect than, interior O-line or tackle. And that's how Josiah Sharma ended up playing D-lineman. He was primarily an offensive lineman up until junior year offseason. So with him, he also showed up to Texas like 350 plus pounds, 300, whatever he is. He's going to need time. And the level of competition he played in Folsom, California, is night and day between what he's going to play at Texas. He needs to redshirt. And if he doesn't, it's because something really bad happened. And then Myron Charles. Myron Charles is interesting because he's kind of the medium guy, I'd say, between Sharma and Terry, where, like, he's not as green to it as Sharma, but he's not as ready to play or as premier of a prospect as Terry. I think he could play, but out of the three freshmen, you'd much rather be Justice Terry or Melvin Hills potentially. So I do think they need another body, regardless if Hero Canoe is ready, just to be safe. Even if it's a Trill Carter, I guess at this point, I just think they need another body. And then wanted to talk about linebacker. That was the next one. So they've lost David Benda, Mo Blackwell to, running out of eligibility. Luckily, they have arguably the top linebacker in all college football coming back next year, number 0, Anthony Hill. He is one of 3 returning scholarship linebackers. It's Ant Hill, Leonga Lafau, to Anthony Smith. They also added Brad Spence, the Arkansas transfer out of the portal, and Trey Moore, who played primarily edge last year, is also getting some looks at linebacker this spring. Could potentially end up there full time. I don't think that will happen, but it seems like it's a possibility. Blackwell played 199 defensive snaps last year. Benda played 314, and they have to be replaced. Ant Hill and Leonga Lafau are the starters, no question. And Anthony Hill's backup is Brad Spence. Leonga Lafau's backup is Ty Anthony Smith. There's no question there. I have no idea where or how Trey Moore is going to fit into that group yet. I'm honestly not sure. I think we just have to see with our own eyes first to have confidence in actually talking or writing about that. So it's kind of those 4, and then Trey Moore somewhere in there. Bo Barnes, he's working in with Anthony Hill, Brad Spence's position, the Mike Backer position. True freshman, probably won't play a ton, will definitely be on special teams though. And then Jonathan Cunningham, who was the other linebacker they signed in 2025. He's actually been getting work in with the nickels. And I had someone who's at practice on Monday tell me he was with the safeties. And I was like, are you sure it was not the nickels? And they're like, I don't know, but it looked like the safeties, at least at the portion I saw him. So to my understanding, they're moving him around, trying to figure out the fit. He is about 6'2", 6'3", listed himself at like 190 or 195. He played his entire high school career around 180. So he needs to put on a lot of weight. Might not even end up as a backer long term. Could be in that Mo Blackwell role where he just kind of gets moved around as, I guess, the years progress. But they need another linebacker because they kind of have a 4 or 5-man rotation if you count Trey Moore. Bo Barnes, I think he could play as a true freshman, but you'd much rather have him redshirt and sit and develop. So I think they need another linebacker out of the portal because that 4-man rotation, if they lose a single one of those guys to an injury, it is not a good look. It won't be a good look. If Anthony Hill goes down, then it's Brad Spence, Leonga Lafau, Ty Anthony Smith, and there are 3 guys. And then Trey Moore, who will have played linebacker for just this year. So I think they should go get another body. And I also think that the linebacker transfer they should target is a guy that has 3 to 4 years of eligibility left. In 2022, the entire linebacker class was a bunch of duds. All those guys are gone. In 2023, Anthony Hill, Leonga Lafau, they're the only guys still left. Darian Gillette, Celia Connor, Samaja Burrell, all in the portal. In 2024, you signed 1 linebacker. You signed 1. It was Ty Anthony Smith. In 2025, you signed 2. But only 1 is actually playing linebacker right now, Bo Barnes. That is why Texas needs to sign 3 or 4 linebackers in 2026. But, for overall roster construction and depth, if they were able to get someone who came out of high school in either the 2024 or 2023 cycle, I think that would help them a lot just in terms of roster construction going forward, and also someone who is serviceable enough that could play in 2025 if one of the 4-man rotation guys was to go down. So those are kind of my thoughts on linebacker. I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to
add. Not much. I will say, you were saying if in that 4-man rotation 1 goes down, that it would be, really concerning. We'll say that, in 2024, we didn't expect as many snaps out of Ty Anthony Smith as we really got. And I think, your kind of view on what this team should be scared of and mine is a little bit different. Because I think that there are a lot of guys in this 25, signing class that could step up if the time came. And I don't think from a roster management perspective, I want to bring in guys who have 3 years of eligibility ahead of Bo Barnes. I just don't think it's, viable in recruiting. It happens to a lot of SEC teams, a lot of Big Ten teams, where they sign highly ranked guys and then they immediately go to the portal and bring in someone with a year or two more of experience that was also ranked high out of high school. And then they lose those freshmen. They lose them after a year or two. And I think Texas has had they've had really good luck, and they've done a really good job. Everyone in that player personnel department has, done a phenomenal job in retention. But that doesn't last forever, especially when you hit the spring window a lot, and you portal guys, you portal players, like I said, where you already have, 5 high 4-star players waiting to play. Anthony Smith was not that. So that wasn't the point I was trying to make there. Anthony Smith was, high 3-star, I believe, and could have been in a similar situation, not playing at A&M or a couple of the other schools, USC, a couple of the other schools he was interested in. But I'm talking about the Bo Barnes. I'm talking about the Justice Terrys. I'm talking about those guys. For a guy like Justice Terry, not from the state of Texas, if he's willing to wait, but if it's more than he was planning on, and more than Kenny Baker told him, and more than Sarkis told him, you best believe he'll be headed back to Georgia. You best believe that he'll be looking at a couple other schools. And I'm not saying that would happen in April, but it is definitely something to look out for. Like, you want the best team you can get. Obviously, you want the best team year by year. But there's a difference, it's a very college basketball minded way of looking at things. We are trying to build the best team for this year. And the football side of it is we are trying to build the best team. What I say is every 3 years. We have our 3-year plan right here. Mm-hmm. And we're going to keep adjusting that. And since Bo Barnes, since Justice Terry, since Jonah Williams are all part of that 3-year plan for us, we have to, take some liberties sometimes.
Yeah, no, trust me. I get what you mean. I do. But the reason I bring up roster construction and that being a younger player is because Anthony Hill is gone after this year. He's going to be a first-round pick. Trey Moore is out of eligibility after this year. Mm-hmm. Brad Spence, I think, is going to be a really good college player that goes undrafted. If I'm not mistaken, he has T-Rex arms where that's shorter than his wingspan. Guys like that don't really get drafted, and athletically, he's not going to be a crazy tester or anything. So he's going to be a 4-year player. So in 2026, I think Brad Spence and the Ongar Lafau are the 2 starters. They run a 4-2-5 defense, and they will be gone after 2026. So Anthony Smith going into what will be year 4, Bo Barnes going into what will be year 3 in 2027, and then Cunningham, who's kind of there, and then of course the 26 guys. So I think it helps if you take a transfer now. And, also Bo Barnes, Ant Hill, Brad Spence, they're at one linebacker position. The other one is the Ongar Lafau and Anthony Smith, unless they move Jonathan Cunningham back. So if they target a portal linebacker, it should be, the Ongar Lafau to Anthony Smith mold, I think. So I'm not sure if what I'm saying makes sense or people agree with me or will, but I don't know. I think we're both right to some degree. We just have different opinions on how things should be done.
Can I interrupt you real quick?
Go ahead.
Because we have some news on the basketball front. You see it right there. Tremont Mark says, "I'm back." A lot of people didn't even think that he had a year of eligibility left. Spent the 21 season at Houston after being a prospect at a Dickinson High or Dawson, somewhere in Pearland, and then spent, a year in Arkansas, and then this past year with Texas. So I believe he was a prospect in the class of 21. So somehow he still has a year of eligibility, and he'll be back with Texas with Sean Miller. That's going to be, the veteran leadership that Sean Miller was hoping for. We'll see if there's a guy named Kendall Weaver on that team next year, because that's the big one for me. I feel like he is the heart and soul of Texas basketball and has been for, the better part of 2 years now. So would love to see him with Tremont Mark. This roster is kind of coming together. We talked about it a little bit on the show to start yesterday, how they, brought in a 5-star prospect in the 25 class, and Dalen Swain committed just a couple days ago. And, seems like Xavier's other star player is not going to end up at Texas, going to end up at Louisville. But still, the Longhorns roster coming together here.
Yeah, for sure. Man, as long as Kendall Weaver gets one of those posts, I'll retweet that. The other one, what about Preston Clark? Is he coming back?
No clue. I'm not sure if there was. Nick Cody got a "I'm back" graphic, and my first reaction is, what happened to the country I love? No disrespect.
What happened to Malik Presley? I saw Hank texted our group chat about him yesterday, but I forgot what it said.
I believe he also got one.
San Marcos. I saw that kid absolutely just drop his nuts on Lake Travis like 3 years in a row. They had him and then this point guard who ended up at Texas State. They were ridiculously cold at San Marcos. It was right when they moved in the district. Their football team sucked, but their basketball team was ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't have it. Yeah, Malik Presley is expected to return, but he didn't get one of those graphics. So that's
damn cold world.
Really?
Well, we're sorry, you had something else?
No, that was all I had.
I was gonna say we're gonna wrap up this transfer talk. So the first two of those, tight end, receiver, super easy to rank. D-line, linebacker, somewhat easy to rank. After the top four, it's like, okay, this is actually kind of tough because I don't really think they need much, help outside of those four positions. Thought about kicker, really did. And a lot of comments are like, why didn't you do kicker? But I do think that if they were going to replace Bert Auburn and or push Bert Auburn into the portal, they would have done it in the winter and not in the April window. So, so don't really think they'll go after kicker just because I think it would have happened by now. So I went with running back, and a lot of different spots I could have picked, but I chose running back because of what happened last year. Baxter, Clark down for the entire season before it even kicks off. And then throughout the year, Trey Wisner, Jared Gibson, they got banged up as well. Same with Jaden Blue. So Wisner and Gibson are the only guys who return as scholarship running backs that actually had rushing yards in 2024. Baxter, Christian Clark, both expected to be full strength ahead of the 2025 season kicking off. And then you have the two 2025 signees, Ricky Stewart, James Simon. Texas lost, I forgot this too. They didn't just lose two running backs to season-ending injuries. They actually lost three. Velton Gardner, his eye injury is what kept him out the entire rest of the season. And they now have 6 scholarship running backs this season. So with Baxter, he had several injuries in high school before getting to Texas. And, his freshman year at Texas, he even was banged up at times and was limping. So, how is he going to be year 3 coming off this ACL? We'll have to see. Christian Clark, same thing. That was a big injury, one that hadn't really happened to him yet before. He hadn't had one that major. How is he going to come back from that time? And then Wisner and Jared Gibson. What does Wisner look like in year 3? What does Jared Gibson look like in year 2? Wisner is just a fascinating running back. Is someone who's not built like one or really runs like one either, but, he's productive and he gets it done as ugly as it is. So, how is his frame, his body going to hold up? I don't think he gets near the amount of carries or playing time as he did last year, but, how can he hold up? Because I am a little bit worried about the longevity of the two freshmen. Combined, they nearly had 12,000 rushing yards out of high school, Ricky Stewart and James Simon. You want to guess how many carries Ricky Stewart had in his 4 years of starting at Tyler Chapel Hill, where they went to the semis and or the state championship every single year?
How
many? He had 892. And for those that are curious, Jonathan Gray had about 1,100 coming out of Alito, who was also a 4-year starter, went to state every year, played 16 games every year. So not great, because Ricky Stewart doesn't have Jonathan Gray's frame. He's only 5'10", 170-ish pounds, 180 pounds, or at least that's what he was out of high school. So he's bulked up since, but I'm just the longevity of Stewart. He had several injuries in high school, a few games he missed as a senior because of it. So I'm a little worried about that. And then James Simon, he had 492. Not the most, not the least, but was also a 4-year starter at the position. And I mean, we all know how wear and tear affects running backs. Look at Baxter. He was a 4-year starter at his high school too. Same with Jared Gibson. So I think that'll be something that's interesting. If it came to it, I think Simon or Stewart, they could be ready to play year one in emergency situations. But if you just want to be extra proactive because of last year's situation, go get another running back that can be on scholarship, and don't let it be a Velton Gardner. Let it be someone that you would actually rather play in front of Colin Page, because they had Colin Page over Velton Gardner. And I got it. Gardner didn't get there till August, but still, so that kind of does it. Trying to think of other stuff I wrote down I wanted to talk about. This is important. This will be how we close it out unless you have something else. No? Okay, so yesterday, the Fighting Texas A&M Aggies, not only did they get stiffed by Chris Beard, they also picked up a commitment from an Ohio linebacker. You're like, what?
I saw this.
A&M got a commitment from a 3-star linebacker from Strongsville, Ohio. Like, sounding, he's a white kid. His name is Storm Miller. Like, does it get more A&M than this? And apparently chose A&M over Ohio State, Michigan, and I think it was Wisconsin. But this is a big deal for Texas. You're probably like, why is it a big deal? Well, A&M only plans to sign 2 or 3 linebackers this cycle. They are not talking to Kosi Okpala. What Texas has done at the Quivus Beck, where they just stopped talking to him, stopped recruiting him, that's what A&M did with Kosi Okpala. So the Quivus Beck, I have a lot of confidence he eventually ends up at A&M. There might only be 1 or 2 more spots left. Who else is a guy we thought is going to end up at A&M for a long time? Tank King. How is that going to work? Because I think the Quivus Beck is going to commit or be committed to A&M by the end of June, or at least the end of the summer. Where Tank King, he also has a summer timeline, but could, I guess, scoot it out a little bit to make sure he makes the right decision. For Tank King, Texas A&M, and Notre Dame are the main 3 programs in his recruitment. But I do think A&M taking Miller's commitment raises how much King is actually looking towards Texas. So just something I thought was interesting. They are scheduled to host 2 other linebackers on OVs besides the 3 I'd mentioned, DeQuivis Beck, Tank King, and Storm Miller. So, how is A&M going to figure that out? And you're probably like, if you're a Texas fan, I don't want this kid who's only looking at us because A&M filled up. Well, hey, it is important. Does Texas get Cade Phillips and Caleb Chester without A&M filling up on 4 corners and canceling all their other OVs? I'm not sure. But now look at both of them. Cade Phillips could end up playing a ton as a freshman. It's not the end of the world. So, and yes, Coach Top, I am in somewhat agreement with you. I feel pretty confident Apollo will eventually end up in Texas, but King, he wants to be the guy. So we'll see, how that works with what Texas's class looks like, what A&M's class looks like by the time he comes to a decision. But I do think this is definitely something to watch, because if A&M fills up, Texas will have more options at the position. So just wanted to hit on that. But we're going to go ahead and get out of here. Kick it over to the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Up next, more Texas spring football conversation with our friends at the Horn Takes podcast, featuring a guest appearance from our old friend, Mike Harge. Will and I are done for the week, but I'll be back tomorrow from 10 to 11 with Nick Harris. And yeah, we'll get out of here. Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, wherever you get your live stream. That is where Chip and Zay will be back at 2 p.m. And yeah, we'll see you. Happy Thursday.
I'll see you Tuesday.